Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and I'm glad to greet everyone at today's event. Today, we have this round table to discuss election campaigns abroad, international practice, and recommendations for Ukraine. I'm going to give a short list of countries to use: Albania, Armenia, New Zealand, Croatia. These are the countries with the population below than the number of Ukrainian voters currently residing abroad. And that's why today here we are going to discuss an extremely important issue: how to provide equal opportunities for political participation for such a large number of Ukrainian voters abroad. And the purpose of today's roundtable is to find balanced solutions that would combine both democratic standards, security considerations, transparent funding, in line with the legislative framework of the countries where our compatriots reside. Of course, the country has to provide all necessary measures in place to ensure equal opportunities regardless of the place of stay of a Ukrainian citizen at the moment of elections. You know that our committee and the parliament in general cooperate very closely with respective institutions in other countries as well as experts communities. I'm sure that today that we are going to open the next stage of this complicated process, which is starting developing the ways to ensure voting abroad. Separately, I would like to emphasize that today we have certain empirical foundation for this roundtable, because we have a unique research paper ready, which will be presented by the International IDEA. And I think that this is the first attempt to systematize international experience that will enable us to understand which models we can use as a basis for specific Ukrainian solutions. I would also like to inform you that today's roundtable is, of course, supported by our partners, our committee, the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Organization of State Administration, Local Self-Government, Regional Development and City Development, National Anti-Corruption Agency, as well as international organizations such as Democratic and International IDEA Institute, National Democratic Institute, NDI, and from civil society we are supported by the Center for Political Legal Reform, OPORA network, and Chesno movement. So such vast scope of cooperation with state authorities, experts, and international organizations demonstrates the unique approach to development of electoral legislation. Of course, with our subcommittee and committee, this is a common practice. So let us move and follow the agenda. Now I would like to give floor to our highly esteemed participants for their introductory remarks, and the first floor will be given to a politician who works systemically on improving electoral legislation and supporting all amendments aimed to improve electoral legislation and its adaptation to the European standards. So we have the first deputy chair of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Alexander Korniyenko, who joined us online. Please, Alexander, the floor is yours. I hope you can hear me. Yes, because I cannot hear you. Somehow I started speaking and somehow yeah, but I can read your lips. Anyway, I know that you're not going to say anything bad about myself or elections, so I will proceed by my introductory remarks. So first of all, I would like to greet everyone and thank you for coming. Approximately 10 days ago, we had a similar group speaking in the European Parliament about the same topic. At that time, I already said that it's very important for us to organize the same discussion in Ukraine. We have international participants supporting us, being our partners. We are very grateful to them for their support and assistance in this difficult time during the wartime. And big partners, some partners stopped their support to Central Election Commission and to us. Because Central Election Commission has experience that they can share how they were perceived, to whom they talked, and maybe some countries were not very cooperative. So please let us know. We will talk to them, saying that it's not very nice from their side. So we have some achievements and agreements already that we've reached because the situation is very difficult, and we understand that a lot will depend on specific capacity and possibilities of each and every country, their administrative bodies, how they can support us, how they can cooperate with us, and then all these abstract theoretical ideas that we've been developing for 3 years already, they will be translated into a certain action plan, which is very important for us, for the Verkhovna Rada, for top politicians, for the country management. It's very important to understand these very practical steps and measures that can be taken by each individual countries, because we have diplomatic toolbox, and unfortunately we have a lot of time to try everything in that toolbox and try to reach some agreements maybe outside of the framework that they can offer at the moment. So we'll be working on expanding the toolbox available to us, because we understand a lot of things will be done for the first time, and we have to acknowledge the effort of specific countries that signed memoranda with Central Election Commission. And on the other hand as well, we still have to achieve consensus of some deeper political issues. I don't think we are going to discuss them very actively today, because they're not for expert community. Experts do not like them because they do not have this political connotations to their solutions. So let's not have that in this room. We will discuss those issues more actively as we come closer to the elections, participation of specific parties, participation of Ukrainians living abroad, male and female, how they left the country, so equal participation. But we should not forget that the number of voters growing abroad is increasing, not because people are leaving the country, but a lot of children as well, aged 13, 14, left the country, and now they reach the electoral age, and their number of voters is growing. They have the right to vote, they have the right to be elected. Well, the date of election is not known, but we should start talking about it already now. So, this event, similar events, they do not mean that the election will take place tomorrow, that it's the beginning of the electoral race. There is not it's not a sign to open electoral headquarters, start paying. So it's my official statement now is that it's a technical, legislative, solution-seeking event. That by no means should it be seen as the beginning of the electoral race. Please do not reflect on that. Please focus on discussing practical aspects, and I think there will be a lot of them today. So thank you very much. Thank you, IDEA International. Thank you for your support. I'm very grateful to all core organizers, NDI, Center for Political Legal Reform, Olga Ivazovska, OPORA. We're also very grateful to you because you are the very specific area experts. NDI, all CEC, all participants, we are very grateful for your participation, and it's extremely important over the last 6 months. So we've been waiting for that moment for 3 years for this process to be invigorated abroad. So I'm very grateful to all participants, Alina, our committee, We are very grateful to you for your attention to this topic, regardless of all the political discourse that's currently ongoing. Again, we're not talking about elections, we're talking about preparation for elections, which in some future, in some point in time, will be held. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful and active discussion. Thank you, Alexander Sergeyevich. I agree with you, and I confirm that international idea pays a lot of attention and invests a lot of effort to help us to organize voting abroad, and their research paper will be the basis for discussion today. Now I would like to give floor for introductory remark on Director for Europe from International IDEA. I am giving floor to Sam van der Staak. Please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me all? Yes, I see people nodding. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to Kiev, but also all of those online. Of course, my warm greetings to Alexander Kornienko, First Deputy Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada. Good to see you again. And thank you to all the distinguished guests gathered here today, online and offline, of course. Like the previous speaker, Mr. Kornienko, I want to start with a few points of recognition to, first and foremost, the Verkhovna Rada Committee on the Organization of State Power, Local Self-Government, Regional Development and Urban Planning, to NDI, the good and close friends that we've been working with for so many years, to the NACP, the National Agency for Corruption Prevention, to CPLR, to OPORA, and to the Chesno movement for organizing this important gathering. Now, let me start with recognizing that Ukraine remains deeply affected by the ongoing war. We read that in the news, but you experience it every day. You grapple with immense hardships, relentless attacks on civilians and on the energy infrastructure, and our hearts and minds are with you. And still, and this is the significant thing, in the face of all that adversity, Ukraine stands firm in its pursuit of a strong and enduring democratic system. And that unwavering commitment to democracy, as the Ukrainian people demonstrate every day, that remains truly remarkable. So we share the hope for peace to soon prevail, and we hope that that allows for the restoration of a normal democratic process that is unhindered by the restrictions of war. Now, as has been mentioned already, a pivotal step towards that goal will be organizing elections, which can only happen once hostilities cease and a peace agreement has been established. That will be a challenging process. The conflict has forced many Ukrainians to leave their homes in search of safety. More than 20% of Ukraine's population lives abroad today. And while some will return home when the circumstances permit, others may not have places to return to, and they will remain in their host countries for the longer term. Now, in those circumstances, of course, it's essential that Ukrainians that live abroad are not left behind. They must remain engaged in the political life of their country. But that won't be easy. In a recent report by my organization, International IDEA, calculated that for the 29 elections that we found data for in 2024, the average turnout rate was only 13.2% of the total population. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine must, and I am sure will do better than that meager 13.2%. But doing better, as we all hope, requires more than just managing the process of voting. It's not just a technical process. In the lead up to voting day, it's crucial for citizens to engage with candidates, political parties, campaigners, so that we raise their awareness about their political views and also the importance of each vote. So reaching out to voters plays a pivotal role in any democracy. We know it from all over the world. Doing so allows candidates, parties, campaigners to connect with their communities, to articulate their views and policies, to ensure that voters can make an informed decision when they cast their vote. To the political parties and candidates that are here today, you will face challenges to reach your voters, that we are sure of, especially those abroad. Still, you should make every effort to reach them, because ensuring that Ukrainians abroad have access to information about their voting rights, but also to maintain communication with your supporters, that is essential wherever they may be. In that regard, IDEA, my organization, has recently conducted a comprehensive study that examines how political campaigns are regulated across all 27 EU member states. And we'll be hearing from that study later today. Our study explores the complex realities of campaigning beyond national borders, combines legislative analysis, international standards, but also expert interviews, all that with an aim to better understand how different countries manage campaign events, media engagement, and public gatherings. We're very pleased to share that the study is now accessible in Ukrainian and can be accessed by all of you. We hope you find it useful. We hope you will apply it in your work, of course, and that ultimately that will contribute to a high diaspora turnout rate once elections in Ukraine do take place. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2015, so already 10 years, IDEA has been collaborating with various Ukrainian state institutions to address the country's democratic challenges. It includes working on electoral cooperation between different countries, but also to tackle issues such as out-of-country voting, electoral risk management, enhancing ICT and cybersecurity measures for election administration. And doing that, we stay dedicated to. We continue to work with our Ukrainian partners. We will persist in our efforts to strengthen Ukraine as a thriving democracy. We are and will remain with you. And today's event continues these efforts. They offer a platform to explore both the challenges and opportunities associated with political outreach to Ukrainians abroad. And the event also aims to address domestic legislative gaps and constraints, because both are important. In the event today, you'll get a chance to hear from your political counterparts from France and Moldova, as others already mentioned, as they share their first-hand experience about campaigning abroad. And our shared goal in doing that is to identify the practical solutions. Mr. Konyenko already mentioned it. The practical part is often the most important, because that will enable Ukrainian political actors to engage with voters overseas. A last word of thanks to the member states of International IDEA for their continued and unwavering support to our institution. Special thanks to Sweden, to Finland, France, Norway, Canada, and the EU. Your cooperation and your invaluable contributions allow us to assist Ukraine to advance its democratic journey, including by facilitating this event. Lastly, thanks to my dear colleagues in Kiev for organizing this event today under such dire circumstances. I wish you all an engaging and productive discussion, and once again, I warmly welcome you to this important gathering. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Дякую вам, Семе.
Thank you, Sam.
Я бачу, що ми
Dear friends, we have heard very good, very nice introductory words, and I'm sure that these words brought us to, the general, very good framework of our discussion. And without any further delay, let's go next. The presentation of the research was called Out-of-Country Campaigning Legal Regulations and Practices Across 27 European Union Member States, and I give a floor to Madam Yulia Shapilova. Thank you. Thank you, Alina. Thank you, dear colleagues. Let's share a presentation on the screen. And indeed, I want to start with the following, that indeed we have so many Ukrainians abroad, but the fact that they are abroad, it doesn't mean that they are excluded from the political life and life of country in general. Many of them keep being involved into such lives, and we of course hope that many of them will return back home, but Russia has already taken home from them. Russia has already taken their normal life. And many of those people didn't intend to go anywhere. They wanted to live on their own territory, on their own lands. But this war has caused very harsh, severe consequences for many, many people. That's why for us it's so important that Ukrainians staying abroad are not excluded from the decision-making process. And that's why we started thinking about post-war elections. And elections is not just about voting. Of course, on the level of the Ministry of External Affairs, State Election Commission and other public authorities, they will need to make so many efforts in order to arrange the voting process, including abroad. But elections are first of all about politics. It's first of all about engagement of citizens. And that's why our research, which I'm going to present to you today, is aimed at clarifying how campaigning can be done abroad, what are legal norms from one perspective, and what is a practice from another perspective. And here I need to mention that one of the goals of the discussion, to our opinion, that's actually the issue, the question of whether it should be regulated on the level of Ukrainian legislation. So this issue of campaigning abroad, and if it should be regulated on the level of Ukrainian legislation, how it shall be done. And secondly, in terms of arranging so-called voting process abroad, we have so much well-established practice. So, but the issue of out-of-country campaigning, that's quite, unclear issue. There's quite interesting cases, for example, Erdogan case, who was campaigning quite actively abroad. But we need also to look at other options. What are other options for political parties? And of course, when we were thinking, reflecting on this research, the key audience of this research is political parties, because you will need to campaign and engage citizens abroad. And that's why this analysis, I hope, will help you to take into consideration the regulation nuances abroad. So the paper form of the research was given to you at the entrance of this room, into this event. So today we will go through key issues. We will not dig into details. This study is built in such a way that you have general trends, you have general challenges, and general understanding of what's possible and what's not, what's feasible or what's not, and then the analysis of each 27 member states of the European Union is provided. And here, from one perspective, we looked on how campaigning events shall be arranged. So it could be gathering with voters, and those events activities could be of different scale, and also publication of campaigning materials and campaigning in traditional and online mass media. So carrying out this research, we analyzed primary legislation, laws, acts, constitutions, and secondary legislation, because in so many countries such issues are regulated specifically on the secondary legislation level. And also we looked at the practice, how actually it's done in practice. And we have verified this information with the EU member states. It means that we sent requests to them to verify this information, because let's be frank, we faced some challenges in terms of interpretation of provisions of legislation, because in so many countries situations were unclear on what's optional, what's possible, and what's prohibited in terms of campaigning. Yeah, I called you to read it from the first to the last page, but this is a research which could be helpful if you are going to have campaigning in a certain country. You can open a relevant page with relevant country information and look at this data, because here we have information about different legislative pieces of this specific specific country, but we shall always take into consideration that legislation is a field which evolves and changes very often. That's why, of course, you shall always compare it to the real data and real situation. And so, speaking about key democratic rules, they are guaranteed to every and each member citizen of the European Union. But regarding other political parties and citizens of other countries, there is no united legislation base. Yeah. Country-wise, differences are there, they are present, and they are related to the options for publication of campaigning materials, and understanding of this national context complicates participation of political parties from abroad and citizens from abroad in such events, because you never know what's right, what's wrong, and what's you're allowed or not. In some countries, actually, such campaigning carried out by foreigners is completely forbidden. And for example, Slovenia example, and we will present it to you later. So it's a direct prohibition for all foreigners to carry out any political activities on the territory of the country. And Netherlands, they have a temporal limitation for campaigning for foreigners. So 3 months before the elections in their country, they shall not carry out any campaigning in Netherlands. And all legal findings are quite conditional, and sometimes it's better to reach out to hosting authorities, specifically if you are going to have some scaled up gatherings. For example, if you want to have a small event somewhere and premises owned by you or by the Ukrainian community, or somewhere at a hotel or in a pub, and because we have already heard from different political parties that many gatherings take places in pubs, I don't think that it will cause significant interest from the side of hosting public authorities. But if that's a huge scaled-up gathering, like in Erdogan's case, where more than 100,000 people were there, of course, it caused and creates significant interest and attention from side of the relevant public authorities. And here there are also specific regulations regarding written materials such as posters, billboards, other things. For example, language requirements could be applied. I'm not going to dwell into details. I hope you will read the study, but just to give few examples for you. In Slovenia, as I have mentioned before, those political parties who are deployed abroad, they have no right to operate at all on the territory of Slovenia, and they are not allowed to have any campaigning events in other countries.
Still, I would say it's rather an exception than a rule or any sustainable practice. These are rather some individual exceptions that you can find in individual countries. At the same time, in the Netherlands, there is a model according to which 3 months before the election day, the same restriction is applied. There is also neutrality of space and objectivity. In 2017, there was a referendum in Turkey, and the Turkey organized rallies in support of their political agenda in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands were a little bit concerned about the whole situation, so they introduced a preventive approach to campaigning abroad. As to Austria, they do not have any similar restrictions, but they have limits as to publishing campaign materials in some lands. They would like to see the sources of funding for respective materials. So it's like a permit system when you are supposed to receive a permit to place your campaign materials somewhere. Portugal has an open model. You can do everything that is not prohibited. So their approach is quite liberal. So a lot of you hope that you would be able to campaign in social media, because social media campaigning is more available for candidates, for voters, and more accessible. And we see a lot of campaigns worldwide going from offline to online. But now we have new EU legislation that has huge impact on how you can campaign also in social media and online. So what we analyzed about the political parties of other countries campaigning online in the EU member states, they involved the diaspora, and diaspora members posted specific materials because there were some questions related to authorization. The person should be present in the country, and the bank card is used for payment. In some countries, such activities are also regulated and limited for because of the concerns of sovereignty and safety. Recently, EU adopted new legislation. We call it a Digital Code of Democracy. It's the Act on Digital Services and the Rules of Procedure for Transparency of Political Advertising and Campaigning, and information provisions that regulate moderation, transparency of information, and they also limit possibilities for micro-targeting and payment of political advertising. And the Code of Practice on Disinformation also obliges platform to limit political manipulative materials. These three new legislative acts that were adopted in the EU divided regulation for organic political content and political advertising or campaigning. So the first one refers to unpaid materials that are normally posted according to, say, similar algorithm, but political campaigning or political advertising is something paid for. So there are different regulatory normative documents addressing dissemination of respective messages. In practice, that resulted in the situation when we have a definition of political advertising, we have a definition of organic political content, and respective rules, sanctions, and fines for huge tech campaigns for breaking those rules. This new legislation provides for the requirement that each sponsored political advertising should clearly state the sponsor, the election campaign or referendum. It relates to how much money was spent on the advertising, and it should be also stated whether targeting methods were used to reach out to the respective audience. And the new prohibition here is that advertising is prohibited outside EU within 3 months before elections or referenda. So there is a wide understanding of elections like European Parliament election, national EU member state elections, and other countries that may have elections. According to the new laws, online platforms are obliged to take measures to prevent dissemination of illegal goods content, including political advertising. So when we analyzed these new provisions, these new acts, we saw that targeting is now limited. So because that was the sin of the United States, because there were a lot of accusations that were trying to manipulate minds of voters. So this new legislation is aimed at limiting manipulations and increasing transparency. So micro-targeting is prohibited unless the person confirms clearly that their data can be used for targeting purposes. So that's not only for political advertising, and all the respective provisions regarding transparency and funding are also in place. So the digital giants, when they saw these developments, they decided to stop political advertising altogether. It's not something unexpected, but Google and Meta, such as Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, they decided they cannot comply with the requirements that were imposed by the new EU legislation, because they thought it was quite vague and unclear, and the risks are quite high that sanctions will be imposed on them. So they decided that this year they stop posting political advertising and campaigning material in the EU countries. It's not about Ukraine, so if we are talking about domestic campaigning, but posting political campaigning materials will not be possible in the EU member states. And of course, these companies said that they are open for a dialogue with EU with the aim of clarifying respective provisions. So here we have several examples how online campaigning is regulated in EU member states. Domestic requirements such as Croatia, for instance, online campaigning is allowed, and the responsibility for posted materials is vested into the advertiser. So there are different approaches there. In the Czech Republic, for instance, there are no clear rules. It's left to the discretion of respective platform, but there is a decision of the Constitutional Court 2020 that allows using requirements of the legislation on normal campaigning and printed media, for instance. They decided that similar approaches can be used to online campaigning. In Denmark, campaigning is allowed in printed media, but unlike Croatia, the responsibility for the content is vested on advertisers, mediators, and editors. In Estonia, they have a very liberal approach. There are no restrictions. The Netherlands, again, similar requirements are used for online and offline campaigning. And in Ireland, there is an act adopted in 2020 that prohibits buying political campaign materials by people from outside the country. In Poland and Italy, they do not have any specific regulations, but you will have a chance to read all of that. I just selected the most illustrative examples, in my opinion, but you will be able to read more in our document. Then we have another piece of research related to regulation of online campaigning in Europe. If you are interested, we can share that research. We will share the links together with the materials based on the results of the discussion of today's round table. And we have another piece of research on new digital regulation adopted in the EU related to elections. So that's a big paper again. The first part is very descriptive, laying out digital rules, how EU changes elections. And the second part is about the candidate countries, including Ukraine, Moldova, Albania, and Northern Macedonia, how these countries adapt to the new rules. So there is the link to the electronic version of this research paper. You will be able to get a hard copy today, but on our website you can find both versions in English and in Ukrainian. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you fruitful and rewarding discussion searching for solutions for Ukraine. Thank you. Colleagues, any questions at this stage to Yulia? Then let's move on. Maybe for the next section you'll have more questions. Olena, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Alina. Thank you very much, Julia, for providing the context, which is very complicated. During this panel, we will have to remember the context existing in Ukraine. And for that, I would like to say a couple of introductory words. So based on the results of our research that we carried out recently over the entire territory of the country, except for the temporarily occupied territories. So that was a nationwide survey that we carried out. It was a phone survey. Maybe there were also those Ukrainians residing abroad, foreign Ukrainians, as Alexander calls them. That's the first time I hear that term. But the important point here is, can you show the first slide? So that's a very brief extract from the entire research. So we asked people about expectations regarding future generations, and our respondents were supposed to select up to 3 options. We divided them into positive and negative, and first of all, there is a large number of those who found it difficult to answer as to any expectations they have for the would-be generations, for the upcoming generations. But 2 points should be singled out here, positive and negative. First is EU integration and new opportunities, 17%, and mass large-scale emigration. Of course, emigration means leaving Ukraine in general, not the final stage of emigration, but approximately a quarter of respondents indicated that as expectation for the upcoming generation. Here you see a breakdown of who thinks that the future generations of Ukrainians will emigrate en masse. I think it's very important for us, if we look at age, regional breakdown, language and gender, the largest group is that by age. Elder people 18, 29, 30, 44, 45, 59, and 60 plus. So elderly people were less frequently indicating immigration as expectations, but younger generation expect a large-scale immigration in the future, people leaving Ukraine. A couple of interesting points I would like to mention regarding our research that can be vital for our discussion. We asked our respondents if they see any tension or discrepancies between various groups in their surrounding, in their nearest circle, not what they feel, but what's happening in the country, so what they see in the closest circle of people surrounding them. And they could select any amount of options, and one tension I wanted to emphasize here is the tension between those who stayed in Ukraine and those who left the country. So just look at the breakdown on the following slide. Again, we see that younger people feel this tension more compared to other responses. No significant discrepancies regarding gender. There is insignificant differences region-wise. A little bit tension in urban population, but not significant.
I also kindly ask you to look at this data, and please, when we publish the whole our research, please look at it. We are right now at the stage of preparing it. There's a huge volume of data there, but I think it would be very important for our discussion. The slides are over. So, but this discussion is first of all about any other forms of campaigning. Are these campaigning activities available for us despite of so diverse regulation context which exists in different countries and which was mentioned by Madam Julia? First of all, I would like to give a floor to Victoria Sumer to reflect a little bit on the situation abroad. because you have actually you are related to activities carried out by your political force abroad. So what about the role of the state? The state foster help or makes obstacles. So what about state policies on campaigning, communication with citizens of Ukraine abroad? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for raising this topic. And I think this topic is so cute, so important, not only in the context of elections, but it's general. It's important for Ukraine in future, how Ukraine right now communicates with Ukrainians who were forced actually to go there abroad, how Ukraine plans to return them back. European Solidarity has carried out a poll. Yeah, it was not presented for general public, but I think that it's a good time to speak about it. Yeah, it was carried out at the end of April 2024, but already at that moment we have observed some trends which actually raised a lot of concerns from our side, and I will share with you right now results of it. So yeah, it was carried out by Kyiv Institute of Sociology, and it was done in 3 countries, in Czech Republic, Poland, and Germany. And only 28% of people there were not satisfied with their lives. So then we asked them, did they want or did they plan to receive citizenship of that country? And at that moment, April 2024, only 20% of them were actually dealing with issues of getting citizenship of another country. Many of them answered that yes, they already have it, but 34% of respondents didn't submit documents for citizenship and didn't plan to receive citizenship. I think it was also related, I think that because of new updates and novelties in EU legislation regarding the protection status, I think the situation could be changed. So we asked people, what's the key thing for people in order to return back home? What was interesting at that moment already, when so it was the year 2024, so the winter 23-24 was more or less, we didn't see significant problems, but 34% of respondents mentioned problems that the key reason for them is a problem with critical infrastructure and security situation. So after not very complicated winter, anyway, 24% of respondents mentioned it as a key reason for them to return, whether they return or not. In expectation of this winter, which is going to be very hard, it again raises the risk that we will lose significant part of those people. So 26% mentioned the end of the full-scale invasion, and that's very interesting. Actually, we saw that if in Ukraine there are money, there will be people, and it doesn't work like this because, you know, the labor market is huge, and we have a huge deficit of labor forces, a working force, and actually that's a challenge faced by many businesses in Ukraine, and money will not solve this problem. And as of end 2024. 50% of Ukrainians were intended to return back to Ukraine, and 50% intended to stay. And speaking about million figure, so this means 3-4 million of people who want to stay there in those locations where they have been at that moment. And what else is important? We asked, what are your sources of information regarding Ukraine? You know, because, you know, it's if you want people to be with Ukraine, to stay in Ukraine, it's important to have those people in Ukrainian information space. They shall not lose this connection with Ukraine in terms of information. And 34% of Ukrainians staying abroad already at that moment were not interested in events in Ukraine. 34%. This reply was impressive. And Ukrainian sources of information provided information to 13% of respondents. And 14% received information only from foreign sources of information. So it means that Ukraine failed to establish, to arrange information activities with Ukrainians staying abroad. And what actually is the highest challenge, to my opinion? So, to my opinion, somehow we decide to communicate with Ukrainians using Telegram, and in such a way we actually give them this Russian messenger without any options for regulation, and it is done actually by Ukraine embassies. And I think that that's a strategic mistake. I think that this communication shall be established definitely in more civilized ways. Of course, we ask them about elections, whether they're going to participate in elections. 12% for sure would vote, 19% highly likely to vote, 50 per 50. So it means hard to say. 33% of respondents more likely not to vote, 31%, and definitely not going to vote, 12% of respondents. So it means that at that moment they have already been ready not to participate in political life. And actually this figure correlates with the figure of those people who are not interested in terms of any information regarding events in Ukraine. I think that these figures are quite concerning and they required some correction. And I'm so sad that the Ministry of Unity has actually died before even being born. And I think that this work should have been done by someone. And the Ukrainian diaspora, or I'm not sure whether it's diaspora or not, but definitely the Ukrainian community is the biggest community in terms of numbers abroad, which is forced to live abroad. And how we are going to treat this community, this diaspora, how we are going to communicate with them, all this will impact on future of Ukraine, on whether people will return or not to Ukraine in future. And very shortly about activities of political parties. And as a position, I can allow myself some criticism, and I will speak about some problems. So information work is definitely not satisfactory if it's based on Telegram sources. Let's be frank, politicization of diplomatic mission, of diplomatic service definitely does not foster activities and communication of political parties with Ukrainians abroad. My colleagues have faced so many situations like this. When they come abroad to a country, they want to meet with representatives of Ukrainian communities, diaspora there. They told embassies immediately about this event, and the embassies just denied my colleagues in any possible option, even to provide premises, even if those premises were not under auspices of the embassies, just some premises. And it's not normal situations, it's politicized situation. But actually people abroad, they need it, they need such communication. Very often they ask us, when do you go to come, when do you go to tell us, what are the perspectives to end this war? They want to give this receive this information from the primary source of information. And the embassies should be interested in involving, in engaging different political parties and forces. But no, they are not interested. They just pose some obstacles. I'm not going even to mention those problems of going abroad. You know how many obstacles were imposed in front of us just to go abroad in order to attend different international events. Only now, somehow, this problem started to be solving after resolution of the European Parliament. And actually, I think that's a huge shame to Ukraine. The European Parliament shows to us on problems that exist in Ukraine in terms of main fundamental human rights for the opposition and in general. And the last thing, I think that we are not only wrong in building communication with Ukrainians abroad, but we are also wrong in how we do this communication inside Ukraine. Because, you know, sometimes we hear those opinions that Ukrainians abroad shall be denied in having their voice in terms of election. But it's actually like putting a stop and end on any political future of Ukraine. This rhetoric should be stopped very clearly, as much as possible, because the objective of the state of Ukraine, to our opinion, as of today, is to return Ukrainians back to Ukraine as much as possible, rather than to create for them conditions when they would say, no one expects us there. And, you know, and that's the worst case scenario for us if we create such formats of segregation, of separation. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear Victoria. I also would like to support what you have said, that indeed our studies also supported, but they were provided last year. No major part of Ukrainians staying in Ukraine, they wanted for our co-citizens have this opportunity to vote when they stay abroad. So thank you. Thank you diaspora-wise, so those Ukrainians staying abroad, I would like to ask Maxim Kostetsky. Your organization works a lot with diaspora, with Ukrainians who are temporarily there, or who had left Ukraine long before the war. What are your solutions? What are your recipes? What's the most effective way to communicate, to share some positions and perspectives of Ukrainian political forces and Ukrainians in Ukraine to Ukrainians abroad? Thank you. Thank you. I would like to comment upon the last quotation, which was mentioned by Special Representative of Ukraine in the European Union, Ila Johansson. She didn't just quote the statistical data. She said that in European Union now there is 4.7 million of Ukrainians, and if before they were recorded as people with special protection status, but now we shall treat them as diaspora, and it means that they move into another legal regime, because all temporal things end somehow, somewhere, and it means that they need to, that the legal regime for them would change, so they need either to change citizenship in the host country or return to Ukraine. So it's clear that unfortunately major part of those people would opt for the first option and stay in the hosting country, submitting for their citizenship. So that's why we need to decide, shall we say goodbye to those people, or shall we use them as agents who will work for the benefit of the state of Ukraine? Unfortunately, what Madam Victoria has mentioned, that there is a huge discussion whether to engage Ukrainians abroad in order to impact on the situation inside the country in terms of Ukraine. Unfortunately, yes, indeed. And yeah, we have active minorities. So generally, Ukraine supports Ukrainians abroad for them to be engaged into events which take place in Ukraine. But unfortunately, we have active minority who is against it. And we have so many different representatives, different political forces and parties who would be very actively promoting this agenda on next elections in Ukraine. But answering the question, there is no single united solution how to work with people abroad. In so many countries, the situation is so different, so diverse. And in one country, there could be 10 different civic organizations of Ukrainians. They cannot even meet together at the same table, at the same event, because they have huge discrepancies in their opinions. And I would divide this into 3 waves. So the first wave is old Ukrainian diaspora, people who had arrived back in 1990s. They have so very well-established communication with old and new Ukrainians. They can also be engaged into working on the draft law on multiple citizenship, and we can use their wish to work on causes for Ukraine. Yeah, we have less problems with them in terms of civilization, but we have the biggest number of problems regarding the format of how to work with them. Very often they just get used to how to other formats which are of cooperation, of communication, which are different from standard formats of communication applied by the state of Ukraine. And very often the challenges are different. And to other waves, so the second wave, those who arrived in 2000 years and millennium, so they are mainly focused on business, on entrepreneurship activities. They are ready to invest into Ukraine. They are ready to give money when opportunities are provided to them, if they feel that multiple citizenship could be beneficial for them.
The third wave is about the people who left after 2022, and they do not have a clear vision of their future, they do not have a clearly defined legal status, and they have the most conflicts with the Ukrainians who stayed in Ukraine, which can very clearly be seen in the media and social media. It does not reflect the entire picture of the response of in the Ukrainian society to the delineation that it becomes wider and wider. And if there is no active communication from the government about how we see their involvement, how we see the global Ukrainian future as such, then I think these challenges will only be growing. And it's very important for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to work actively, for representatives of the parliament, representatives of the government, to talk. I have the term one voice policy, but they should have it with regard to the Ukrainians who left. So they prohibited consulates to provide services, then they allowed them. Then they say, we need you, then they say, why don't you go to war? So this all creates the feeling in these people that they're not needed in their country. And this is what you hear first when you come to London, Copenhagen, Warsaw, Berlin, and we forgot about Northern America and a separate macro region with its unique problems, including American administration. So I don't know how we will work and cooperate with Ukrainians abroad, given the reality of and specific legislation of each and every state in the United States of America. And for us, it's very important to ensure legitimacy of the upcoming elections. The elections should be recognized inside Ukraine and by international partners, and it can only be possible if we ensure both implementation of passive and active electoral rights. We are talking about military, about internally displaced persons, and Ukrainians who left the country. So thank you very much for the presentation about 27 EU member states. Legislation of those states demonstrates that it will not be possible to implement all those things to the full in each and every country, and I think the focus will be online regardless whether we want it or not. Turkish experience is very interesting, but I think it will be easier for us because they have religious and ethnical aspects, which will be easier for Ukrainians. But if we look at Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, we can see that there can be issues in these countries as well, because mass rallies of Ukrainians will raise certain protest and resistance inside respective societies, hosting communities. And we would like to have unique and uniform rules for all players in order to avoid the chaos. And then that will raise questions regarding legality and legitimacy of the election results. And I think we should work more actively on organizing polling stations, those along the borderline. So we would like to provide an opportunity for all Ukrainians to come closer to the border, to the polling stations, to be able to vote if they cannot do it at the place of their residence. And then I think it's also very, very much advisable to change the provision of legislation of organizing polling stations only in embassies, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to do a lot of work there. Thank you, Maxime, for such an over-encompassing description of what we can expect. We talk a lot about the first post-war elections, but it's very important to understand how we keep in touch with Ukrainian abroad during this unfortunately long period until elections become possible. We have to understand whose playing ground it is. And before I give floor to the next speaker, I would like to thank the organizers for providing enough time for this panel. And in the end of presentations, we will have time for questions and answers. So please be ready. Olga, OPORA also organized interesting research activities. So whose playing field it is? Politicians, policymakers, and their communications with the Ukrainians abroad. Yes, can you show my presentation? And I need a clicker. Okay. Anyway, good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful to Julia for describing all the legal limitations on campaigning abroad. And there will be another panel As I can see, for discussing limitations of Ukrainian legislation on campaigning abroad. So I will not spend too much talking about that, and I'll talk more about a practical aspect and the possibilities for Ukrainian political parties to campaign online abroad, and why online is in the focus of our attention. So we still don't have my slide on the screen. So recently, OPORA carried out several surveys, including Ukrainians' media consumption abroad. And if we look at the respective figures, we'll see that online will be the prevailing mode of campaigning during the first post-war election, because other ways, other methods of media consumption by Ukrainians abroad is very low. The Ukrainian television is 1%, Ukrainian radio is 1% of consumption by Ukrainian abroad. So if Ukrainian parties use those channels, that will be insignificant. So the major channels will be messengers and social media. Like inside Ukraine, approximately 60 to 70% of Ukrainians receive information through those sources. So if we look at the situation more realistically, when election campaign starts, the parties will try to reach out to the Ukrainians abroad via online channels. So what Yulia was saying, how to campaign and involve Ukrainians residing in the EU. Last year, I looked into legality and accessibility of online campaigning channels abroad. The situation was not so difficult. There were possibilities to carry out transparent campaigning in EU. It was still possible. This year, like 2 weeks ago, I think on the 10th of October, the EU rules came in force on political advertising, and the situation changed. A couple of days before it came in force, the two largest giants, Meta and Google, announced that they prohibit, so that's what I was talking about, messengers and social media. You can see now they prevail as channels of media information consumption. And after the respective rules were approved by the EU, the giants announced that they prohibit broadcasting political advertising and campaigning in the EU. The only exception is the possibility for state authorities of the EU member states and EU to talk about elections, to announcing the date and other technical dictates, which can be interesting for CEC, for instance. So that's possible. So you can post information, technical information on Meta and Google, but political campaigning is not possible. Theoretically, they can open that door, but we do not know when and how they will do that. Briefly about other platform. X is a former Twitter. They prohibited political campaigning even before. In 2023, when Elon Musk came, they allowed political advertising, but never in the EU market. So you will not be able to campaign there. Telegram and TikTok also prohibit political advertising using their tools, like official purchase, official direct payment is prohibited. The only platform that theoretically allowed posting political advertising in EU is Viber, but it's also not that easy. You have to receive a written consent from campaign saying that they allow campaigning in a specific country. So whether Viber will give such consent to Ukrainian political parties, I have my personal doubts as to that. So a little bit about the world outside the EU. The situation is a little bit easier there. Telegram and TikTok prohibit. Viber still requires written consent for political advertising, but it's possible to post political advertising materials in Meta, Google, and X, but with some specific requirements. First, the advertiser has to be physically present in the country where advertising materials are posted. For individuals, they have to confirm the fact of residing in the country, and for legal entities, a representative should be physically present in the country for all these countries. So there should be a person whom they can contact should any problems arise. Then an individual has to confirm citizenship, or a legal entity has to confirm the fact of their registration in the respective country. And in some countries, they also have to provide a permit for advertising, for campaigning from the respective country. And the most important thing is that it has to be done in every country where you would like to campaign. So the way is very complicated, but transparent campaigning is still possible, unlike EU member states. So we all understand very well that the social media power is not only about official advertising or campaigning, like TikTok or Telegram. So if you do not have any transparent or accountable way for campaigning, it does not mean that there will be no campaigning. It will be non-transparent, non-accountable, and unregulated. We can see paid advertising in big Telegram channels domestically. Nobody moderates them, those paid advertising. Nobody regulates them. And we will see more of that on Facebook pages and Telegram channels covering huge network of Ukrainians abroad, not only in the EU but outside it as well, which can create a chain of risks. The first, as I call them, is absence of the rules ensuring transparency and accountability of campaigning abroad. And we saw the results of that already, like during the last local elections, and non-transparency of an online communication resulted in cases that grew to become discreditation campaigns, disinformation campaigns against specific politicians. And Facebook was kind of transparent at that time, and it was possible for us to trace such situations. But for Telegram channels, they have huge networks in various EU member states. It will be very difficult for us to trace and respond. Second risk is even more important, in my opinion, which is Russian elections. So during the next elections, Russia will still exist, and campaigning and Telegram and TikTok will be totally non-transparent, opening a vast field for manipulations, and Russian actors will not even have to create separate TV channels. They will just go to Telegram, TikTok, buy a message, a post, and then influence Ukrainian voters, and still it will be very, very difficult to trace for us. As a result of the previous 2 points I've made is a possibility of the loss of trust in the election process, especially among the voters abroad, and that can become a destabilizing factors, influence not the specific political force, but a perception of elections in general. Thank you very much for your attention. I finish here.
Thank you, dear Olha. We did really hope that today at this event we will hear for some specific recommendations and solutions, and I think that this discussion gives us a slight impetus in order to achieve it. But anyways, there are some aspects that we need to discuss. And you made a bridge for my next question to Mr. Andrei. CPLR also works a lot in this field, and I would like to understand this borderline between information about elections or sharing positions of different political forces with electorate that's somewhere and campaigning. What is there any borderline at all? Who can define it? How could it be regulated? And again, in the context of what Madam Olga has already started mentioning, this disinformation impact, this balance between freedom of political activities or campaigning itself in fighting disinformation influence, in particular from the side of the aggressor state. We understand that all possible leverages and channels will be applied. Is it feasible at all to achieve such balance? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed, with great pleasure. I familiarized myself with materials prepared by the IDEA. So, yeah, huge respect to you. You have analyzed 27 countries and you have analyzed everything. And I think that, the situation with legislation changes all the time. It's so dynamic. And you will be told and told again that, situation has changed. And that's, but anyway, this is definitely the case when you build such a bridge for discussions, and it allows us to go this bridge and be involved in the discussions. Indeed, when we speak about political campaigning in general, or political advertisement, all these notions are similar in their essence, they're similar in context, some are overlapping, but very often we lose such aspect as information support for election process or information about elections. Very often we confuse such things. When grassroots citizens ask me what is the difference between all these terms, sometimes it's hard to explain to them in order to avoid any other additional questions. Speaking about information about elections and informational support. Informational support of the election process. For here, definitely, this is one of the sources of potential sources of information for Ukrainian electorate, which here there shall be no wish to support this or that candidate or political party or be against this or that idea of any other political subjects. No, but when we are speaking about campaigning, I don't want to say that in all the cases there we observe dissemination of incorrect information, but no, the goal there is to gain power, and not always through legitimate means, unfortunately. And in this view, we shall also think and take care after information support for election process abroad. For those 6,800,000 of Ukrainian citizens who stay abroad, according to the UN data. But de facto, of course, no one knows for sure how many of them are abroad. And for sure, also, there are much less people who have electoral rights. But again, what shall be a source of information for them about elections in Ukraine? Yeah, of course. There is a general information support for election process. There shall be a specialized information support provided from the Central Election Commission. Yeah, the Central Election Commission definitely will do it and will provide this information. But at the same time, for example, Central Election Commission will explain that you have a right to go to court if some kind of incorrect information is disseminated. But yeah, it's clear when it happens in Ukraine. But what about abroad? What court, where to go, how to challenge it, and so on, how it shall be done. There are so many problems which are raised in each such situation. And when we are speaking about sharing this information with Ukrainian voters, it's obvious that there are not so many people abroad who know who know that they can change a place for voting. They don't need to be registered in the consulate office in order to have access to the electorate right. Yeah, it's great if this information is shared by the Central Election Committee. But it would be also very great and very important if this information is disseminated and covered by Ukrainian mass media. Also, it's important that it was already mentioned today that not so many people, Ukrainians abroad, use actually Ukrainian sources of information because of different reasons. But again, when there is Freedom TV channel in Russian language is there, is broadcasted, and if Ukrainian wants to have some such information, is it legitimate means of communication? First of all, it's in Russian, and secondly, when we speak about citizens of temporarily occupied territories, when they listen all 24 hours per day some information in Russian language, do they expect to get any other information from the state of Ukraine using VPN, using any attempts to get into indeed true, accurate information? And when very often information from power sources actually give information in such a style that all is good, in 2 years we'll have a coffee somewhere, and enemy is almost dead, and so on. But we need to speak with electorate, with Ukrainian citizens in not like with a child, but with an adult. It's important because otherwise they start digging into these Telegram channels, into these dirty, unclear information sources. And that's here a huge aspect of the disinformation activities of the Russian Federation. It's not a secret, when there is any election, I don't know when, under the kind of truce or peace agreement or under any other circumstances, but just trust me, and it's not a secret, a big secret to anyone. This war, which before was a hybrid one, it will be renewed, including disinformation elements. They will be very powerful. And here, for the state of Ukraine, will be a very serious dilemma on the table. So from one perspective, definitely we need to fight those disinformation impacts. It will be hard in Ukraine. It will be even harder abroad for the state of Ukraine. The sovereignty of Ukraine, and in particular of the state authorities, covers the territory of Ukraine. So here we will need to have very close cooperation with our international partners. If we look at the issue how to do it effectively, then we have a question on the table. Will it not be like this? That if you do not disseminate information on support of those at power, then you disseminate information for support of Putin. We actually somewhere had this situation that's, and I am afraid that this situation could happen again. That's why for the leadership, it's important to solve this dilemma. So from one perspective, fight disinformation, and secondly, guarantee all necessary rights for opposition, and not only for opposition, for civic organizations, for mass media, to have this election process as competitive as possible. I think it will be a challenging dilemma, but we shall be serious in treating it. And when we speak about elections and campaigning abroad, it's important to underline here that we shall be very strict in meeting principles of election law. First of all, and it was already mentioned before that politicians, including opposition politicians, shall have the same equal right to get access to citizens, Ukrainian citizens abroad. Let's go back to the 2004 presidential elections in Ukraine, and before Prime Minister Yanukovych was appointed to the position, he didn't meet with his electorates a lot. But when the election process started, the Prime Minister needed to go and have huge events. We could have such situations, government members, President of Ukraine, etc. Definitely, they perform their functions. They shall do it, but the issue is in at which role they do it, as public officials or as candidates for elections, and in which they will participate. And it means that they could have more privileged position in comparison with other candidates. And I don't even mention here those opposition parties which are not presented in the parliament, such as Udar Party or Svoboda Party. All of them shall have equal access to electorate. And here, issue of electorate law and electoral rights will be very much important. So we need to be free informing our will and in realizing it. And when we say realizing it, it's all clear. No one shall impact using money or giving bribes, threats, or intimidation on the position of electorate. But what about forming political will? In order indeed to give them opportunity to realize it consciously and in an informed manner why they actually support this or that candidate. And that's why the issue of campaigning abroad becomes even more valuable and more important.
In 2025, until today, we cannot compare the situation to 1992, 2004. Impact of the internet is immense. A lot of aspects that we have to bear in mind. How to share this information to with the Ukrainian voters, with the legislators. The CEC may create separate section on its website about campaigning materials, about its reliability, and for sharing incorrect or inaccurate information. Maybe a law can oblige candidates, political parties to have information resource for the period of the election process, and then a list of websites can be provided where respective materials can be found. I don't know what option would be ideal in this situation. I think there will be no ideal option, but still we have to think about it. Funding, campaign funding, it will be discussed a lot, but attention should be paid to the shadow funding. Abroad, it will be even more important than in Ukraine because they do not have a National Agency for Prevention of Corruption. They do not have any agencies that we have in Ukraine. How they are going to deal with that is an interesting question. Okay, back in school, I hated algebra. Yeah, I think there are a lot of people like me here. And today's event reminds me a lot of solving a task with three unknown entities, yeah? National Ukrainian legislation, yeah? Domestic legislation does not regulate it because our power does not extend to other countries. Then we have diverse national legislation, peaceful rallies, peaceful assemblies. They regulate the rights of German people in Germany. Czech Republic has no subject in their legislation. In Poland, anyone can come to a peaceful assembly. So we have very diverse legislation of other countries. And how we can bring it all together, very interesting. I have my opinion about that. I'm going to, I'm finishing now, yeah. And the third unknown variable is this corporate rules of social media, other media, so they have their own regulations and approaches to posting specific materials, so it will be very, very difficult. Summing it up, I was very skeptical about this idea, but now we are coming closer and closer to the need for the Council of Europe to sign a conventional multilateral agreement on international standards, also, among other things, regulating electoral rights and campaigning, some fundamental basic rules that can be used by various countries. And I think we will come to that, and the situation will become more realistic in the future. Thank you. Thank you. So, from what we heard, under the current situation for the Ukrainian political sphere, the possibilities to share campaign materials is much more narrow now compared to the possibilities of those who would like to interfere with the Ukrainian elections, who are interested in the hybrid war. But you were talking about algebra and these three unknown variables. I loved back in school when someone comes and offers their solution, which is different from what the teacher wants. Maybe Ukraine will become this talented student that will suggest a breakthrough solution to the task with more than three unknown variables. Victoria, I would like to give the floor to you. Maybe share information about your concept and your ideas about how this field can be opened for the Ukrainians abroad and for the political forces that will emerge, maybe new forces as well. Thank you, Olena. Yes, I am in this wonderful role speaking the last. Oh, the last but one. Okay, that it's even better. In any case, I can feel the atmosphere, which sounds a little bit hopeless. Yeah, everything is over-regulated, legislation is complicated, it's difficult to reach out to the Ukrainians, and a lot of them left the country, and so on. But there is at least one way to reach out to the Ukrainians abroad, by political parties, by state authorities, even by people who would like to interfere in the Ukrainian elections. This way exists, and it is in the sphere of social media. And we are talking about influence marketing. This is increasing year after year, becoming more and more popular. We're talking about non-targeted advertising using bloggers. So you do not have to create a page in a Facebook to launch your campaign. And bloggers never mention who paid and why it's targeted to you. So it's regulated even less than targeted advertising. So just find a blogger willing to cooperate with you, and they will share information about your political campaign, when the election will take place, why you should vote for pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian party. So this way is open for everyone, for Ukrainian political forces, the Russians, other stakeholders. So again, as I said, the influence marketing and use of bloggers is growing in Ukraine. It's nothing new. It's still fighting to reach European or global level. I'm talking about microbloggers, people with audience from several thousands to 50,000 of subscribers in social media, and they are very actively used in other countries for election campaigning purposes. So this story started booming in 2020 during the US elections, when the bloggers were used by all political electoral headquarters, and no political organizations were involved, no political election funds were involved. It was kind of a gray territory. And since 2020, this strategy has been spreading all over the world. Last year, during Romanian elections, they had a very interesting story there with a little known candidate in the beginning of the election race, but his popularity boomed because a lot of bloggers received a request from the platform that allows you to buy advertising from bloggers. They were not even campaigning for a specific candidate. They published videos, they received money for that. It was kind of official, but then bots came to their videos and then they started promoting the very specific candidate. So it's not very integral. Investigation is in progress now, so court trial is in progress to look into this not quite integral strategy, but it shows us that there is no need to go through the official platform to reach out to your voters. If we want to reach out to voters abroad, you do not need even Ukrainian bloggers, because social media are the same everywhere and they work in a way that it doesn't matter where you live. If you still use Russian or Ukrainian language, you'll see the content of the bloggers, not even from Ukraine. So that simplifies things a lot. So what are the forms of interaction? Of course, the main way of interaction we would like to see is official interaction, a cooperation. When the political force signs an agreement with a blogger or with a platform, and then the blogger provides respective services. So this is not targeting advertising, not targeted advertising. It's not fully regulated by Facebook. In TikTok, you may have problems because TikTok can delete or cancel political advertising even if it's not marked as advertising. At the same time, you'll have to show in your report all the accounting, showing money that was spent, where this money came from, and so on. And there is a huge field for gray cooperation when you do not account for the funds, and even advertising is also very difficult to trace, because you can only imagine how many accounts have a couple of thousands subscribers, and then the level of trust of subscribers to bloggers is high. It's not like targeted advertising or advertising in Telegram when you do not know who's behind the channel. And in Ukraine, we are talking everywhere about this need to check who's behind the Telegram channels. We're talking about bloggers here who were selling shampoo today and will be selling politicians tomorrow. And even despite the fact that you have huge field for gray cooperation, at the same time bloggers can have their own political position and present it, which is not prohibited, and that makes it organic. And at the same time, it's more difficult to moderate such advertising because it may look sad and difficult to regulate. EU is trying to include influencers and bloggers in this framework of regulation of political advertising. Still, it's not targeted advertising, so it's not subject to provisions of any Services Act of the platform. We are talking about the rules of the EU on political and targeted advertising. Influencers are included there as providers of political advertising, so they have to report. It's still not clear how it will work. No full-fledged approach was implemented in any of the EU member states, but the conclusion we can make now is that political advertising in social media is not only about cooperation with platform or about targeting. It's about the practices using bloggers, anonymous Telegram channels, the use of which will be growing. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. I have now an internal conflict now. I see that there are discussions already at the table now. We will have this possibility to discuss it. So if our online audience has any questions, please also be ready to ask them. Arsenis, you are the last one to speak in this panel. So you heard analysis of the existing situation, certain recommendations and solutions. So you represent a governmental political force. Do you have any ideas, any solutions or vision of how it is going to happen and what should be done now in order not to lose people abroad? Thank you. I will be more practical than theoretical because I am the person who works in the field. I'm the head of the regional party organization. Of course, we have Alina, we have Alexander. I work with competent organizations developing legislative amendments for us to be able to have the tools necessary to work with Ukrainians abroad during the election campaign period. Again, there is a need to correlate everything with domestic legislation of different countries. A lot was said about the need to involve the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. First, we do not have any international capacity to organize elections at the scale we need them to be organized. And when you are talking about embassies organizing meetings in 2024, I would like to say that you should not exaggerate the possibilities of our diplomats to campaign, to organize meetings for politicians, because I visited a lot of countries in different parts of the world. I have my own opinion, which I'm not going to share. We work with the minister at closed committee meetings. We discuss the possibilities of our diplomats and their willingness to work abroad. And sometimes it's difficult to explain the agenda that is currently followed by Ukraine. Talking about political campaigning, I am going to speak about my approaches and work as a politician. Since 2019, I've been the chair of the group of friendship with Estonia, and since the beginning of full-scale invasion, I've been working even more actively on cooperation with them. So I see no problems communicating with the community. I agree with Maxime about these three generations: elder, middle, and people who came as a result of the tragical events that are happening in our country. So the eldest generation, they have those traditions, institutional memory, and they are the ones most cooperating with the embassy. The second group, they always have some proposals, they're very dynamic, they're very curious, and they can be involved in various projects. The last wave, they do not come to our meetings. I spent a lot of time in Tallinn, Pjarna, Tartu, other towns as well. Unfortunately, those refugees coming after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, a very small part of them come to our meetings. myself, a representative of Batkivshina, of European Solidarity. We organize interfaction groups. We go there to talk to people. So there is no problems with accessing those people. But again, their main channels of communications are their groups in which they exchange information about the practical aspects of living in the country, their rights, their opportunities. I was mediator between them and our consulate, them and the Center for Refugees. There were questions for local authorities in Tallinn, and we solved those issues. So we can work with them. We should work with them. And those countries you are responsible for, they offer all the opportunities for that. We have no problems with that. But when we are talking about the first wave of immigrants, they organize large-scale events, and those last wave refugees, they attend those events. So this is the way for them to preserve traditions, to involve people, but not more, to involve the new or the latest wave of our refugees in active public life. We're talking about events they organize to commemorate the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the Day of the Armed Forces, the Independence Day of Ukraine. These are several activities that they organize, and that's it. Everybody has access. These events are open for everyone. Our colleagues from Estonian Parliament attend as well. Talking about the political work, of course, it's not the right time for us to discuss any political agenda. It's not relevant. We are talk more about practical aspects of the lives of our citizens abroad. Estonia reconstructs Zhytomyr region, which is in the sphere of my responsibility in the servant of the people. So we have a group with pro-governmental and the oppositional group in the Estonian parliament. We have constructive relations with them. The incumbent party of reforms, the party in power, they invited us to observe at local elections in Estonia. So for myself, I see that as a possibility for cooperation in the future. We are members of one European family. So we can use those tools for campaigning, involving and using our colleagues from Estonian Parliament. Because we are in the same European family, we share same values and same feelings. So there are a lot of tools that can be used both online and offline. So if you work, you have them. I see no problems here. And the main challenge for the expert community today is legislative framework. And the tools, we can discuss them for 24 hours, 2 days, 3 days, because there are a lot of tools, but they have to be legal, transparent, and understandable for everyone, and acceptable for the countries where we are going to use them. But saying that there is no access, any colleague, I will not give you any names, but any colleague from any political force can call me and ask me to organize a meeting with the speaker, with the Minister of Defense in Estonia. Any colleague can call me. So embassies are very supportive whenever they can. So for us, Ukraine is to win the war for us, reach peace, and those who work, they will always have access and opportunities and tools. So we're waiting for the legislative decisions, and then we will work accordingly. Thank you, Arseny. So let us open the floor for discussion. As a moderator, I will give floor to Olga Ivazovska from OPORA. So, but I would like to have in turns online and offline questions. Thank you, Elena. I'm jumping in my place now, nervously, because Arseny was speaking as he was speaking, I understood that we do not have a quiet event anymore. I will explain. So we're talking about legal, technical, factual support for the exercise of constitutional rights by our citizens, but still we never answered the question whether Ukraine and political actors want to involve Ukrainians abroad in the political process. OPORA has been dealing with the ways to best how to best implement the global practices. We developed a roadmap for post-war election. We shared it with all leaders of political factions, both parliamentary and non-parliamentary groups, and we see the lack of consistency in their positions. So there is a question how the respective groups and parties are going to implement their policies. So I think that there is a need for more effort, and after this discussion I suggest that the OPORA should organize an event to discuss whether we want to be democratic after the war, because the newly elected parliament should be representative, and if we deny the right of Ukrainians abroad to participate actively and passively in the elections, so they should be included into the political life and not imitate specific process, because we understand that one polling station abroad cannot deal with more than 5,000 voters, which is a fact. Without any steps toward political rights of the citizens, we will be illegally preventing people abroad from participating in political life in the country. We organize meetings with our citizens systematically since 2022. I see their participation. They have campaigns Make Russia Pay in 100 countries. They participate in parliamentary platforms presenting evidence why they need to support Ukraine. During negotiations, why this war is genocidal. So I cannot say that these events are organized by the first wave immigrants. These events are organized by the diaspora, or I would rather call them foreign Ukrainians, because they do not consider themselves to be a diaspora. So I would be fighting for social mobility. If you read the book by Timothy Snyder on freedom, Ukraine has to fight for mobility. This mobility means moving Ukrainians from and back to Ukraine, and if you stop them, then we will have the same situation as we had in 2022 with occupied territories, not in terms of propaganda or prospects, but from the point of view of a country, existing of the country as such. And you mentioned some short statements that hurt me personally. I would like to emphasize that there are people online now with us, people who part of international community. During the next panel, I'm going to present a research on political dialogue with the community. There will be leaders from Germany and other countries. I encourage you to stay and listen to them. Natalka Pachenko needs personal protection today because her pro-Ukrainian position and mobilization of all Ukrainians, regardless of the wave, resulted in a situation that she received threats of death every day, even from the right-wing politicians who threaten to deport her, although she is in the country legally.
And when there are so huge events in terms of huge number of people, and in Poland, and the first days where there were some blocking activities regarding products and cargo, which was attempted to bring to Belarus through Poland, and they managed to stop it. And actually, we don't want. I want not to devalue it, not to underestimate it, but rather to indeed to hear what they want, because actually we are speaking about them. Without them, 2/3 of this event. For them, for you, it will be easier to make decisions what we want to be in terms of social status, financial condition of the country, numbers. But if we have experts and political actors, they may decide who we want to be and what means and sources we need for it. And now we are speaking about political life. I was very glad to hear the sociological data, because figures shall speak. But I think that sociology taken out of the context is not all very relevant also. For example, I know the level of expertise of Madam Victoria regarding political life, and she gives figures that 50 per 50, that's a huge, and that's a huge number of respondents who doesn't know whether they're going to participate in elections or not. But ask them if you have several days for voting. Ask them if you are allowed to vote via post or online, or ask them if, for example, there are 4 election points in Germany, and that's all. Will they able to vote or not? Will they want to vote or not? Well, maybe they answer no, because they think that forms how to realize their rights are not arranged for them. And just to remind you that that's the only thing which is on the responsibility of the state. All other is about their wish, their will, whether they want or not to participate. That's why the statistical data about unreadiness to participate in political activities completely depends on what we suggest to them, how we communicate it. The same as back in last presidential elections 2019, which the figure there was 62%. And actually, when people Ukrainian abroad say that 60% plan to go abroad, does it correspond to the averagely weighted number of Ukrainians in general, both abroad and in Ukraine? And we also do not answer a question of passive election right, and our neighbors will speak about themselves. But anyway, and here, I was triggered so much with this phrase that they don't know about political life. First of all, not all Ukrainians in Ukraine follow political news, political broadcasting. They don't know who is the prime minister in Ukraine, what's happening in the parliament. The last polls showed me that actually only 20% know who is our prime minister and what's her name. So let's somehow try to bring all the statistical data to the reality, which is a little bit different. And that's actually the following. If 2/3 Ukrainians use social networks and follow the news in Ukraine, and it was mentioned here that it's not that much. No, it's a lot. It's a lot. 2/3 of Ukrainians abroad, it's a lot. That's why judgmental opinions can be separated from facts. And in order to understand where we are right now and compare internal and external audiences, and you will see that maybe there are no such huge discrepancies. I'm sorry, dear Olga, I need to interrupt you because we need to give floor to others. Yeah, of course. Just going back to the global issue, we are able to solve all the problems based on the image of future which we are building for ourselves. If we are a democracy, we shall not ignore constitutional rights of citizens and shall return back to their discussion. But it's also about passive right. For example, in 2022, women who left Ukraine for 6 months back in 2022, and they will not be able to participate in elections as candidates till 28. And is it okay for us as a candidate for the European Union to have this understanding of the problems and based on the situation when they're leaving Ukraine didn't depend from them. I think that our candidate status creates huge opportunities for us, and the same since 2022. Such opportunities were created for free movement of trade and cargo, and we actually became the member of the energy system of Ukraine without being a member state. So we could have so many different opportunities if we want to find them. So thank you so much, Madam Olga. So it's so important. My question to online speakers: do you have any questions or comments from them? If not, I would like to give the floor to those present here. Dear colleagues who would like to have a floor? Victoria and then Vadim. Yeah. I give details about problems and specifically in the context what we shall solve. So speaking about the election process, we are as a state, you know, how many voting precincts shall be there. So the state will look at ranking and then they will decide. No, that's a political intention, political appropriateness, and deciding whether to give citizens of Ukraine to realize their rights or not. But unfortunately, we can see that it's actually an effective instrument used by other countries. So in some countries there were less polling precincts, in others more. But even before starting of campaigning, we shall say that we are all together for creating opportunities for Ukrainians to vote rather than to create problems for them. And I didn't see a representative of the Minister of External Affairs here, but I would really like this opinion to be heard, because definitely at the Parliament from the side of opposition we will have full support, and for the position of the public regarding those opportunities. And I do really hope that the power, those at power will also hear us, because it impacts directly not only on the results of elections but on many more things. We shall realize that people shall be involved into the life of Ukraine, including political life, and for them it's also motivation not to leave Ukraine. Demographic problem for us is the number 2 problem after the war. Vadim and Sergei, and also dear online participants, if you have anything to say, please give us a sign. Thank you for arranging this event. I have a word and a very short comment and reflection from my side. Do you know what each day, almost each day, starts with in the Parliament during voting periods? Presentations or speeches, and each position faction, almost each them says, look at the agenda. So what we are considering in Ukraine, there is war ongoing, disaster, catastrophe, but that's not on time. That's on time to speak about something different. But I'm sure that if we raise any issue related to elections and rights of the electorate abroad, and during any of the next sections, we will hear so many different things that what our colleagues, with huge respect to with big respect to my colleagues from the opposition factions, that they would remind us of, that there are other priorities which those at power just ignore. So let's formulate right now this political will of, in order to give answers to those questions. And here I agree with Mr. Andriy. And here it's not only that we have more questions than answers, but we even have not yet started to prepare this foundation, the backbone for having those answers. And this is indeed one of the key challenges. I had very interesting experience when colleagues asked some questions to Central Election Commission representatives. How to do it, how to do that in terms of technical issues. And they answered that actually we are waiting for you from legislators to give. And this was a dialogue. Tell me how it shall be done. No, you tell me how it shall be done. And so indeed we shall unite ourselves, unite our efforts to build this political will, this political wish, at least not to prevent ourselves from working with each other. And secondly, and it's very important, as deputy head of the Youth Integration Committee. I perform so many different functions and duties. I meet with Ukrainians abroad, and I travel a lot. There are so many problems which shall be solved, but I think it was not mentioned before. What is the attitude of our partners? Because it's so good that this study has already been prepared. We will review it in detail, and it will be very useful in order to understand what shall be the topic of communication in each and every country. Because for now, I have some confusing feelings and very different experience. For example, in Poland, where we have so many Ukrainians, my experience of interacting with law enforcement agencies, when I asked, when there were some technical questions, how to help us, how to have more voting, more polling precincts, and so on. And they asked, why do we need it for? What shall be done? There will definitely be some provocations. And the answer from them was why we, law enforcement authorities, shall have this enthusiasm, this desire to be engaged into this process. So yes, indeed, there are so many different technical issues, and that's our duty to find answers to these technical questions. Very recently, I've heard very good quotation phrase, like analog, that knowledge that there is deep state, but in Ukraine we have deep civil society. It's not just civil society; it's deep civil society, which very often wants to replace the state, and very often does it quite effectively. So yes, indeed, we have this deep civil society, and the only option for us is for us to think how we may and can politically solve these issues, and not just discuss. So, Mr. Sergei Sobolev, over to you. According to our agenda, we have 7 minutes because we started a bit later. Let's try to stick to it. Yes, thank you. I think that the issue of adaptation of election legislation to war and post-war times is already much on the table. We do not suggest to bring it right now to the parliamentary session room, but already this discussion shows how contradictory are our opinions, and even in terms of things presented here, it already gives us a signs that this work should be very actively done, at least at the specialized committee of the Verkhovna Rada, and to create the draft versions of what changes shall be made to election legislation. Regarding the necessity, I'm sure that no one doubts it. It's the same as now we have a panel on Ukrainians abroad, but let's have another panel, a panel discussion on active and passive rights of service persons, or rights of IDPs, their rights, and how adapt legislation to their rights. Because we will definitely realize that there will be not only presidential elections, so first there will be parliamentary elections, local elections, and how this shall be ensured. That's also quite a responsible thing to do. Here I would support what Olga Ivazovska said. Before we're looking at active electoral right, let's first look at passive electoral right, because if you want to use Ukrainians abroad only as those whose voices are needed for political parties, that's one story. But another story is how we're going to grant them this passive electoral right, how they can participate in presidential elections, in local elections, where they had resided before. Maybe they are ready to be back, to return back. Maybe they are ready to participate in the parliamentary elections. So here we shall provide answers not at the moment when the campaigning period is announced to be started, even based on our agreements with all political parties and actors after the termination of the war, and actually what this termination of the war means, and within 6 months as after termination of the war. But anyway, I think it will be an issue of election legislation, and I think in this case we are going much behind of what is needed. And first of all, we shall study this issue within activities of different specialized committees, because it's not only about one specialized committee of the Verkhovna Rada. These are many committees involved. And the last thing to say, we see recently, there were so many different elections taking place in different countries, our neighbors, far or close neighbors, and there were so many different things involved, judicial aspects, prejudicial aspects, electoral legislation. So in order to block Russian impact, or maybe not only Russian, maybe Chinese impact also, look at Moldova case, where the widest right was provided to any polling precincts in any country part of Russia and Transnistria. What parties were blocked or forbidden just one day before it? What candidates were withdrawn from participation just one day before the election day? It was absolutely normally perceived by the public. Will we have the same reaction in our country? I think that this question was already, long time ago to be discussed. But anyway, we shall try, at least at the, within the framework of the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe, to discuss it, to draft some kind of recommendations. Look, what happens in each of the countries of the Council of Europe? It's even not the European Union, but anyway, even there we look so different interpretations of their electorate legislation based on all and with consideration of all recommendations provided by the European Union. So we will realize that, it's in order to reach some kind of level of making those recommendations obligatory, or at least take them into consideration, it's almost impossible. Thank you. Just a small comment. Thank you so much for giving the floor. My name is Graham Vitali, Central Election Commission. We have been mentioned so much today, so I need to have the floor. And first of all, I wanted to say big thank you to organizers for this research, which gives us a full understanding of the European Union and how actually campaigning exists and takes place in their countries. Andrei and Olga Snubko have already started this topic, and this was also my idea, to bring attention to information support for electorate. Article 49 of the Electorate Code envisages options for information support for electorate, but it doesn't mention anything regarding out-of-country campaigning and how actually such articles shall be applied there. And as we have so many different experts here, including political representatives here, and they have heard so much how advertising without integrity shall be done, but please don't do it. Experts know much more. Yeah, maybe they open some cards, and some things shall not be done, just because, such campaigning, such advertisement will be distorted, will create different information channels or different narratives. But anyway, the question is to experts, those who have carried out this research, how those countries perceive this opportunity for provision of information support for participation of candidates under this Article 49. And Article 49 of Electorate Code says that it's possible to participate in radio debates and have their discussions. How it's perceived, as political advertisement or not? Let's start this track of, if it's possible, of course, let's start this track of studying this opportunity. When candidates have this opportunity to present themselves abroad in some other countries from the perspective of not campaigning, but at the same time showing flexibility and existence of different political programs and ideas. Maybe that's a rhetorical question, but anyway, a short reply to you, if I may. So legislation doesn't perceive information as submitted by Central Election Commission as campaigning. So if information is submitted by the Central Election Commission, it will not be considered as campaigning or advertisement regarding different political parties or candidates. But the question is whether such information is provided by Central Election Commission, and whether it will be treated as campaigning or not, I'm not sure. And of course, we need to give the floor to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because you have been mentioned today also. Yeah, you were invited, but you were consciously invited to be here. Yeah, we've invited here representatives of different parliamentary and non-parliamentary political forces. So I would like to say the words of appreciation to all the experts who have done this work. Yes, indeed, it's huge work, and I'm very grateful. And also thank you to the civil sector and members of parliament. We have heard your ideas, we note down. That's why I'm here from the side of the MFA to be here, to hear it. And please note down this fact. And Minister Andrei Sibiga also cooperates very closely with specialized committee. He doesn't avoid. We're always in touch with you and in communications. The topics broader than elections were discussed here. And it's not only about elections, about communication with Ukrainians abroad. It's so important for the state of Ukraine and for those who listen to us abroad, specifically those who stay abroad. Yes, indeed, for the state, it's so important to maintain this unity. This task is crucial, is critical. I don't want to dwell into details, but thank you to all MPs who work together with us, who communicate with those people abroad, and work for the sake of this unity. For us, as a state, we have this huge challenge in front of us. We need to unite all efforts of everyone. We shall not have any discrepancy or separation here. And yeah, from the MFA's side, yeah, we have some technical issues, but I need to say that challenges are huge. And yeah, we need to overcome them. We have heard your ideas, it's true, but the number of polling precincts that shall be open is just incomparable with the number of available premises in institutions and with number of other challenges. Indeed, here we shall mention necessary amendments to national legislation, resources that shall be available, and general overcoming of the huge number of challenges. Just last thing I would like to say, we shall be united, jointly overcoming those challenges. We are, from the side of the ministry, are ready to overcome those things.
Дуже дякую.
Можна буквально 15 секунд, просто
Just
пані Оля.
15 seconds.
Да, я...
Not to be a theory specialist, but to be a practitioner. In my study, I actually appellated to my experience, in the experience of communication
не применшую виклики і роль
in
наших
specific country.
людей.
In Estonia, and of course, I do not underestimate role of our people, including women, in other countries, showing proactive position, as you have mentioned, even risking their lives. That's just to give you detail. That should be specific. Thank you so much to all participants of our today's discussion. It continues. The only conclusion which I will allow myself to speak out, a part of all others that we have, that we need to deblock the process of working on legislative framework for first post-war elections. It will give us a start to work also, to bring also other aspects. Now I give the floor to moderators.
Дякую.
Thank you very much. When we prepare such research, we prepare presentations from other countries, and we have a lot of representatives of political parties today, so we thought that we would invite political parties from other countries so that their politicians can share how they campaign abroad, their practical experience. We selected two countries with different experience. We will have France, because it's part of our research. They have a lot of citizens living in permanently outside France, and on the other hand we have Moldova. They also will share their experience. And now I would like to give floor to Dylan Butiflat, the Secretary of International Relations of France Socialist Party. Please.
Dear friends, and I would like to thank IDEA for this invitation, and I would like to apologize already for my English, because I try to be very focused on the question you proposed to discuss, and I would like to share our experience, to give you some examples of what we did as a Social Democrat Party committed to different territories on the planet, because as you know, as you maybe know, Socialist Party in France is the party that has always been very committed to European integration and to internationalism for a very long time, for more than 100 years, within different leaders like François Mitterrand in the 80s, or with François Hollande 15 years ago. So we strongly participate to different international networks, and I'm very glad to be here this morning with you all. And I would like to send you the greeting of our leader, Olivier Faure, and of one of my friends, Geneviève Garrigos, which is committed to IDEA Network too. 1 year ago, for the general elections in France, when we won at least 15% of the votes among the French people, we organized campaign for 12 of us were committed to the general elections as candidates to become member of parliament. And I would like to give you a concrete understanding of what kind of campaign we lead and the way we lead them on the 5 continents, because you know, we as French activists, we have the capacity to mobilize and to organize campaign among 1.6 million French people living abroad. So it's a big challenge for us to be able to lead campaign in foreign country. And the first challenge I would like to share with you all this morning is how we represent our French people in foreign countries. And for example, I told you we elect last year 11 representatives in 11 constituencies that represent the French people among the world, worldwide. And we even elect 442 councillors among the different consulate constituency in the whole world. And to elect all these people, even 12 senators are elected each 6 years. We have the responsibility to respect different legal rules for running and campaigning. We have to answer many law obligation within the Home Secretary and Foreign Office too. And the first obligation I would like to share with you is the public fund for political life, because you know, until the late 90s, the French political party was able to collect and raise money support for their campaign. And there was a lot of abuse and a lot of scandal, and we, Socialist Party, we introduced different laws to fight and corruption and to organize a legacy in the rule of law to prevent any kind of influence of private company, any kind of corruption temptation. And we organized, the parliament voted a law to guarantee the public fund for political life. And we have the obligation, when you bid for a campaign, to organize your financement, your raising, the way you raise money to finance your campaign, to create an association, to declare it, to choose a representative to get the money and to provide tools and means to your campaign. And we have the responsibility to respect such many rules of propaganda, with the influence of internet and the way we have to campaign within internet. We have digital rules and media equity rules, and I want to talk about that this morning. But first of all, the responsibility of our party is to identify and answer basic needs. Because the question we have to answer is, why do these people, these French people, 1.6 million people move in a foreign country, and we have to understand the different way they organize their life, to study, to work in research, or to teach, to work in hotel, gastronomy, fashion, luxury industry, or retail, to develop aeronautics, energy, digital, or financial services, or finally to join their husband and wife. And the first way we organize our campaign is to get connected to the French community worldwide. And we have to organize it, for example, in Northern America, in Canada, and the US constituency. More than 160,000 French people living there in Montreal, in New York, in San Francisco. So we have to organize and to get connected to them within consulates and embassies, and to help them to guarantee their access to papers, visas, and such administrative issue. We have to organize within our network of elected people social and health issues, to answer job opportunities, to get connected to French Economic Chamber, to the different schools, colleges, and even Institut Français for cultural activities. And we have to increase the connection with the French-speaking networks. So it's very important to me to make you understand that we have to campaign on many fields. And with the evolution of the last years, we have to guarantee the equal access to electoral lists in every consulate, because the people who are connected and registered to our consulate, we have the access to their mail or different information to get connected to them, and to be able to guarantee the access to the electoral information before the votes. We have to guarantee a free digital campaign and the access to different Zoom conference meeting like this one this morning. We have to work with the different institutions and the different bodies of French diplomacy to control the digital votes that are organized in addition to the polling stations that are organized in consulate and embassy. And we have to get connected to and to respect, of course, the local laws. And I would like to share this last issue with you. It's a big challenge for us. We have to deal with many threats, and especially the threat of foreign interference in our electoral process. And we can work with two kind of body that guarantee this regulation. L'ARCOM, it's an independent body, administrative body, that guarantee the media regulatory and the way we can use the different networks, TV, radio, and internet media. And we work with high authority for the transparency of political life. It's another body that has been created to fight against corruption, and we have to declare anytime we bid for a campaign for member of parliament or for local representation, we have to declare our incomes. We have to declare the different company we worked for before, the last 10 years before, and we have to give very important information in transparency to guarantee the best, I would say, way to organize the campaign. I thank you for your attention.
Дякуємо за те, що поділились.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us, because yes, France has a vast experience, successful experience, which is very important. So I think it's very useful for us and for our understanding, especially the funding requirements. It's very important for us to know about that. So the theory that we discussed this morning now brings us to the practice. So given all the limits that other countries have, it's still possible to campaign abroad, and your experience demonstrated that this is possible. So thank you very much. And now I would like to give floor to a representative of Moldova, Mariana Lucrețianu, former State Secretary, former MP, Social, Labor and Migration Policy, expert in diaspora engagement, refugee protection and human rights. Mariana, if I'm not mistaken, you were also, in fact, a member of Parliament of Moldova from German diaspora. Moldova diaspora in Germany, right? So we are looking forward to hearing about your experience, about how you can involve diaspora, what worked for you. Yes. And you represent the governmental party in Moldova, right?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the ideate for this invitation. I have a lot to say, so I'm going to read because there's a lot of information I would like to share with you today. Let me tell you a story about the transformation of elections in the Republic of Moldova. In 2016, about 138,000 of Moldovans abroad voted. It represented just around 9% of our total electorate. We are a small country, and back then it was a very quiet diaspora. They voted very rarely. But now today, by 2024, everything had changed. Nearly 1 in 5 votes in our elections today came from abroad. 1 million Moldovans live outside of our borders. That's 1/4 of our entire population. This wasn't just a statistical shift, it was a political earthquake. And here's what matters for Ukraine. Our diaspora didn't just vote, they decided elections. They became the margin between democracy and autocracy, between Europe and isolation. Let me take you to October 2024, our EU membership referendum. Opinion polls predicted an easy 60% victory for the Yes to Europe camp. But on election night, as domestic votes were counted, we watched in horror as Yes was losing. As you know, probably, Russia had orchestrated something unprecedented, a massive vote buying operation, cryptocurrency payments, an invisible network of bribery that polls couldn't capture. So then diaspora votes arrived. 245,000 votes from Moldovan abroad, and 77% of those said yes. They reversed the outcome. They cancelled our sophisticated hybrid, they cancelled out a very sophisticated hybrid warfare operation from the Russian Federation. Why? Because diaspora votes are something malignant actors cannot easily control. No local bosses can intimidate them. No last-minute cash payments reaches them. They vote with the perspective of having seen both worlds, the country they left and the democracies they now live in. By participation didn't happen by magic. In October 2016, when I said the story started, a group of Moldovans abroad created a Facebook group called Adopt on Vote, which means adopt a vote. Within weeks, thousands joined. The concept was very beautiful in its simplicity. If Moldova wouldn't give us postal voting back then, we would help each other reach polling stations. Students offered rides, families opened their homes, people drove overnight from remote areas. A woman in London coordinated carpools across UK. Someone in Frankfurt organized buses to reach the polling stations. These weren't party activists. These were ordinary citizens who refused to just stay aside. This grassroots network reactivates every election since then, so we are having around 10 years already. It shares polling stations' addresses, answers questions about documents, debunks fake news, and most importantly, it reminds every Moldovan abroad, your vote matters. Now let's talk about what enabled this. Moldova legal framework evolved to accommodate diaspora participation. We allow diaspora donations. Citizens abroad can contribute to campaigns within the same limits as domestic donors. Now, back then it was a limit. In 2023, we removed the lower caps on diaspora contributions, recognizing their high earning power in European economies. We permit campaigning abroad. Parties can organize meetings, hold rallies, engage voters in host countries, but they are respecting the local laws. We simplified identifications, so allowing expired Moldovan passports for voting, expired ID cards, reducing bureaucratic barriers. But we also drew red lines. No foreign government money, no anonymous contributions from abroad, strict transparency requirements. When we discovered that Russian-linked networks funneling illegal funds through diaspora channels, we also prosecuted. And now I want to share our most recent breakthrough, and this is deeply personal for me. In 2023, I was a part of the working group that drafted Moldova's groundbreaking postal voting law, votul prin corespondență. I had the honor of being the first signatory when we introduced this legislation to the parliament. For years, we watched our diaspora make heroic efforts to reach polling stations. We saw them drive 500 kilometers to a polling station. We saw them miss work, spending their savings on flights, leave their families, and we knew this was wrong. Democracy shouldn't require such sacrifice from people living abroad. The law we created established clear criteria for countries eligible for postal voting. So not every country can do this. Absence of nearby polling stations, long distances to existing stations, reliable postal services, and at least 30 pre-registration form previous elections. We piloted it in 6 countries initially, so United States, Canada, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland for the 2024 presidential elections and EU referendum. About 1,800 voters used postal voting in 2024. Some said it was few. I would say it's a good beginning. They were, because those votes came from Moldovans living in Alaska, rural Canada, remote parts of Scandinavia, people who previously couldn't vote at all. We gave them their voice back. For our 2025 parliamentary elections, we expanded the system to include Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. So more people voted using postal voting. Most of them were from United States, and long distances in United States are a huge problem to go to a polling ballot. The system works simply. Citizens pre-register online through our Central Electoral Commission. Ballots are sent via diplomatic mail or regular postal services. Voters mark their ballots in private, return them by deadline, and they are counted only after polls close to prevent double voting. As someone who was in the room where this law was written, who signed it first among my colleagues, I say to you with absolute conviction, Ukraine must adopt postal voting for its diaspora. Not eventually, not after the first post-war election reveals problem. Now, if you are preparing. Here's why this is urgent for Ukraine specifically. Your diaspora is not just large. It's scattered everywhere. Millions of Ukrainians fled the war to every corner of Europe and beyond. They went in rural Germany. They went in distant corners of Poland. They went to United States, to Canada, in different corners of Canada, and even to Australia. Many are refugees who cannot easily travel long distances. Many are working multiple jobs to support families at home. Some are elderly. Some are caring for children alone. If you require, women with children, if you require these people to physically appear to a consulate in Berlin, Warsaw, or London, you will lose hundreds of thousands of votes. Not because they don't care, but because they simply cannot go, and because democracy shouldn't require superhuman effort. Moldova is very small, so we can't compare to you. We are 3 million people at home and 1 million abroad. Ukraine is much larger, and your diaspora is probably very big, up to 5-6 million, I've heard. The logistical challenge of serving them through in-person voting alone would be very impossible. You would need thousands of polling stations, and you better prepare to have them. The queues would be endless as well. The frustration would be immense. So I would see postal voting for you as one of the solutions. It's secure. We've proven that. A lot of countries have it and proved its security. Of course, not in all countries you should do it. It's transparent. Every ballot is traceable. It's accessible. It reaches voters no other method can reach. Some will say postal voting is risky. It was the same for Republic of Moldova. But we addressed this with strict safeguards, pre-registration, secure envelope systems, verification processes, and of course, a lot of contravention code for violations of ballot secrecy. Let me now synthesize Moldova's decade of experience into 5 critical recommendations for Ukraine. First, make voting accessible, as I said before. That means not only postal voting, it also means polling stations everywhere in all the countries. You have diaspora in a lot of cities, in a lot of communities where many Ukrainians are living. Don't repeat our mistakes, because we had not enough polling stations in Germany, we had not enough polling stations in Italy, so more polling stations brought more people to vote. And also, of course, use foreign ministry to identify your diaspora communities, work with diaspora associations that can give you best locations. Second, empower grassroots networks. You don't need to create adopt and vote like we did. Your diaspora will create it themselves if you give them space. Support their Facebook groups, WhatsApp networks, community organizations. These are force multipliers. These usually are volunteers in the civil society, and not only. One viral social media campaign can mobilize tens of thousands of people. Work with this diaspora civil society, not around it. They know their communities, they know who needs a ride, who needs information, who needs encouragement, who needs to know about the documentation, and so on. Just trust them. Clarify the legal framework. So second, clarify the legal framework now. You need to understand how you need to prepare your legislation for the upcoming elections to cover all diaspora. Tell Ukrainians abroad exactly how they can contribute financially, organizationally, politically. Ambiguity breeds paralysis or corruption. Make diaspora donations legal, transparent, and easy. Let parties campaign abroad openly. But enforce the ban of foreign interference ruthlessly. So you need to prevent, because and I don't need to say who, but there are countries who interfere and is going to interfere into your elections. Clear rules empower legitimate participation and deter malignant actors. Fourth, treat disinformation as national security threat. Don't do what Romania did, even when we talked to them. What are its sakes? They didn't listen. Please listen, but you better know as well. Russia will target your diaspora with propaganda, offering bribes for evidence, because they did with us. Spreading a lot of false narratives that voting is pointless, for example. We know they tried it on us multiple times. Counter this with proactive media literacy campaigns, trusted diaspora voices, spreading accurate information and transparent real-time reporting of diaspora turnout. When citizens abroad feel informed and confident, they become very participant, and they become a voice in their community as well. So they will volunteer for the democracy of Ukraine. And when they will feel confused or manipulated, they will stay at home. So it's not a scenario you would like. Embrace your diaspora as an asset, not as a problem. Some Moldovan politicians complained about diaspora being a parallel electorate deciding our fate. They lost because every person who has a citizenship of Republic of Moldova, as well as your country, they have the right to vote. So this matters a lot. When citizens abroad feel valued, they brave any inconvenience to vote. They go a lot of kilometers. They go out if they can't do this. This includes symbolical steps like high-level outreach and practical inclusion. When the government tried to marginalize our diaspora vote, it only fueled them with anger. Conversely, when we facilitated access, turnout hit new records. I can give you also tables to see how opening more voting places increased the participation in the Republic of Moldova. And now closing. Here's a strategical reality. Ukraine's diaspora will likely vote differently than some domestic regions. They've seen functioning democracies. They've experienced European values firsthand. They understand what Ukraine is fighting for because they are living in countries that have already achieved it. This isn't a bug in your democracy, even if they support something else. Even then, it's not a bug in your democracy. It's a feature. It's a safeguard. Just as Moldova's diaspora votes proved unreachable by Russian manipulation, we really hope Ukrainian diaspora votes can anchor your election results in democratic legitimacy. Moldova is a small country that punches above its weight in democracy largely because of our diaspora. Ukraine is a large country fighting an existential war for its sovereignty. Your diaspora, 5, 6, 7 million, is very strong and can be the difference between an election that reflects genuine popular will and one vulnerable to interference. The question isn't whether to engage with your diaspora. They already feel engaged. They are probably sending money home, advocating for your cause internationally, waiting for the chance to vote. The question is whether you'll make it easy for them to do so. Thank you very much. I stand ready to share our postal voting legislation, but not only implementation experience and the lessons we learned during the drafting processes with any of you who wish to pursue this path. Also, if you have questions, I will be very glad to answer to them. And Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Glory to heroes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mariana, for this invaluable experience. It's so important, useful for Ukraine, because indeed our diaspora or people abroad, or Ukrainian abroad, let's call it like this, indeed has been increasing in comparison with the pre-war times. And in Moldova, you have longer and bigger tradition to engage diaspora. That's why for us it's very interesting to look at your experience, to study it. And our next speaker in this panel discussion is our old friend, Mr. Martin Engaby. Now he's a senior advisor of the Center of Fighting Hybrid Threats, and we have just had a meeting with Martin in Helsinki several weeks ago, and before it he had an opportunity to work an international idea, and before that he was also the director of the NDI in Moldova, and that's why today, Martin, we would like to give the floor to you and hear from you. So, general information about campaigning abroad and how to fight in external impact on diaspora abroad. And if I may ask you to be within 5 minutes because we are a little bit delayed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be in the meeting. I haven't been in Ukraine since 2020. Just before the pandemic was my last trips, and I'm actually coming back quite soon. So, but not to this conference. Well, the Hybrid Center, just very briefly, it's where I work, the Center for Countering Hybrid Threats. It's a membership organization for EU countries and NATO countries. So they pay membership fee, and then they get training, advice, analysis, etc. And Ukraine is accepted more or less as a member. They get full service, so we are happy to help Ukraine. But of course, also all the members of the centers have a lot to learn from Ukraine. Now, I think this is a very interesting topic. I think that each country is unique, and I don't think that you can, I mean, even if the previous speaker said that you should do exactly what we did in Moldova, I don't think so. I think that each country really has to look at more than one example. Moldova is quite unique in the sense that you have a pro-democratic government with only one genuine alternative on the pro-democratic side and so on. So you take some liberties in that kind of context. In a competitive environment, when you have different political parties who are all democratic, you may have some sort of different approaches. If we look at the EU countries, 27 of them, all but 2 allow external voting, some a bit more reluctantly. For instance, the Czech Republic, you can only vote at the embassies and only on election day, so they don't make it a big thing. Others are more generous. But there are 2 exceptions. It's Malta and Ireland, and both of those countries have big diasporas. In the case of Malta, the vote abroad would be 25% of the voters. Ireland has 4.3 million citizens in country and 1.4 outside. So yeah, it's about 20% as well. Both the countries are first past the post systems, and it creates a different culture of democracy where you are constituency based. So that could be part of the explanation. But also, I think importantly, in Ireland, it is actually where I spoke to Irish friends. It is part of because it's also a country at war. They feel that the diaspora is much more radical when it comes to the question of Northern Ireland than the people in the country, because they will not suffer maybe some consequences, etc. So I mean, it's important for a country like Ukraine to study and really to make up its mind how to go forward with it. From a hybrid perspective, I see some problems with organizing election in these modern times with a big diaspora vote. One is that the party, you have regulations on campaign spending of parties, and it's very hard to track outside of the country. It's already very hard to track online financing of party campaigns, but even more difficult if it's done in many different countries. Secondly, and this is even more important, the electoral campaigns today are more affected by non-contending actors than by the parties themselves. So you have a general message in countries like Moldova or Ukraine that is more geopolitical, is more anti-Western, it's more anti-EU, etc., in a way to try to shape the cognitive environment for the voters and to not choose an alternative that's pro-democratic, pro-European, etc. And this is also going on. And as was said, in the case of Moldova, yes, the diaspora went with the pro-Europeanism, but in the case of Romania, the diaspora in the EU went anti-EU. So you cannot choose yourself what it's going to be. It's other people are also involved in this. One more problem that I see in this, and actually, I mean, now we really like the Moldovan government. It's pro-democratic, pro-EU, etc. But it's very easy to slide into mismanagement of the public, the administrative resource, because the ministers of the government, they can travel half a year before the election and meet the diaspora, etc. I mean, they have that privilege that a struggling opposition party without those resources cannot do. So there is a risk of tilting it. All right, it had to be very short. I think that just finally on the principal point, it's when you deal with binary issues like a referendum or a presidential election, over time it's going to be problematic if the diaspora tilts the vote consistently towards one alternative, because people in country are going to start saying that who are these people? We are the ones living in the country and we want our choices. If it's a bit, sometimes one way, sometimes another, it's different. In the case of proportional parliamentary election, that's less of a risk because it's not so dramatic. Of course, you see maybe a majority shift, but still it's different parties. That's all I can say in 5 minutes. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope to be back at some other point.
Thank you, and sorry for that we have so little time for this important discussion, but we wanted to at least touch upon this important topic, realizing how many challenges will be in front of us for having campaigning abroad. So thank you so much for this intervention. And immediately I would like to give the floor to Madam Hanna Chornutska, Head of the Department for Prevention of Political Corruption, to define capabilities of the Polydata platform in monitoring the financial of election campaigns abroad. So many things have already been mentioned regarding it. In Moldova experience, for example, what has happened with spending there, with funding there. So this topic is very interesting. Madam Hanna, over to you. Thank you. Greetings to all the present here. So first of all, thank you for invitation, because actually that's one of the platforms which allows to share the importance of digitalization of election-related processes, specifically in terms of monitoring of political funds. Now, the NACP puts an objective in front of it, an ambitious objective to create one of the best registers in the world, which will coordinate information regarding all political funds in Ukraine, and will have more than 350,000 of participants. Now, this register works on processing of reports of political parties and has a module or a section on nationwide elections. Our topic in this agenda is called as capabilities of the Polydata platform in monitoring the financing of election campaigns abroad. But during the discussion of this topic, I have received a very clear perception that the Polydata is also a tool of outreach and raising awareness for Ukrainian citizens abroad, because the relevant access could be granted to this register. I definitely realize that it will be very hard to do, and this is our joint challenge for all of us to inform Ukrainians. And I think it will be very hard even to engage citizens into analysis of the Polydata platform. And here I'm speaking about citizens who stay in Ukraine, and not alone mentioning Ukrainians staying abroad. But we shall face this challenge, and all together with all involved stakeholders, we shall try to do it. If we analyze what are the main 5 beneficiary groups as users of the Polydata directly, we have parties and subjects of political election processes are regulatory authorities, NACP and Central Election Commission, and also law enforcement authorities, which will have access to all information. And the 5th group, which is most important in terms of outreach and transparency, this is the public. And here, within this concept, I think that we will update also our presentation, and will mention that the public, in particular, with focus on Ukrainians staying abroad, how it could be useful. So, in particular, one of the novelties which we added to this register, that's automatization of the data collection on budget influx and spending during the election process. So this is a very progressive provision, which is not in force and in many countries, but thanks to different authorities such as ARMA, NBU, and others who managed to do it. I think this mechanism will be useful to Ukrainians to see in real time what happens actually with the political funding, specifically during the election periods. And the third thing, which is related specifically to the control function, as election campaigns, including abroad, shall be done exclusively from the election budget. So there are no specific controlling measures to do it. So as of now, and it was already repeatedly mentioned before, so in different national elections we have so many unknown aspects, and on local elections we have even more unknown aspects. So what's possible to do? It's possible to develop a register which will be aligned with current legislation, but at the same time which will be very flexible in adaptation to all changes that we expect. And such technical modules are designed with already predefined approach like this. So this approach that when we have legislation changed, we'll have minimum timing to adapt the polydata platform to the new legislation. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe just one question to all speakers, because we are already very late according to our agenda, but if there are any other questions to Madam Hanna or to other speakers, yeah, please, over to you, Sergey. Hi. Just in short, I'm not sure. Maybe it will be a rhetoric question to our Moldova speaker, Madam Mariana, because the reality of postal voting in Ukraine differs so much, unfortunately, from the reality of Moldova. Our partners from the OPORA network had a survey in 2023. That survey showed that the level of trust to postal services in Ukraine is 12% or something like this. So it means that if elections were taken via postal voting. And what's the level of trust to postal voting was in Moldova before you actually used this measure? That's the first question.
I think she has translation.
And second question, you know, the nuances of opening additional polling precincts, with all respect to Moldova. I don't think that in other countries there are such ultra right wings forces like in Poland, which are going to blow up such additional polling precincts if they are not protected additionally. So here I'm speaking about Ukrainian case. So if we are going to have additional polling precincts, did you work in Moldova on security issues, on security measures for polling precincts, the same as we shall do it in Ukraine for Ukrainian case? Because in Germany we have so many ethnic Russians, and there is huge violence from ethnic Russians against Ukrainians. Or in Poland there are two already confederations which are only going to incite hatred against Ukrainians, where opening of additional polling precincts poses a security threat. So yeah, actually I'm so inspired by cases of Moldova and Romania of fighting this information, but in the context of additional polling precincts and postal voting, I have these two questions. First, regarding trust to postal voting, and second, regarding security situation with such precincts. So just 2-3 minutes for your reply, please. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I didn't understand everything he said, because my understanding of Ukrainian language is around 50%. So if you can help me very shortly with the translation of this question, because I understood.
Yeah, very shortly. The trust towards postal voting. Did you have any numbers? Because in Ukraine the trust is around 12-15% towards postal services for voting. Did you have any numbers before you introduced this first? And second, do you have any concerns with security of extra diplomatic polling stations outside diplomatic premises, and how do you deal with these concerns? As for Ukraine, the security concern will be major for the first post-war elections. Thanks.
Okay, so first of all, we started with the pilot law. And I think Ukraine should do as well, only in the countries, for example, that already had postal voting for them locally. So people who live there also understand what does postal voting mean. And you also need to take into consideration all the risks in the countries. So you don't allow the postal voting in all the countries. We didn't do this as well. It's not available in Poland, for example. It's not available, of course, in Russian Federation. And we had discussions in the parliament about that. And of course, we had debates. But then we explained that mostly the postal voting is essential in countries where people have long distances to do to a place to vote, right? So organize it in the countries where first you have good security measures. They know about postal voting. They use it for themselves, like Canada, United States, or some countries in Europe, Norway, for example, and take this into consideration. Regarding the people not trusting this vote, this is where you need to do communication. And we did a lot of meetings and open discussions, and people, of course, took all the risks into accounting, and we debunked each of them. So we explained the process of postal voting from A to to explain exactly how the process is so that you cannot falsificate it. So it's almost impossible, because you cannot falsificate the special stamps that they use to vote, and you cannot bring something to because each of them has their own number, and it comes back to the embassy. So there is a procedure, a very clear procedure. Also, every envelope contains another secret envelope that is opened in front of the cameras in the consulate or embassy. So there are certain things you need to explain your population, and also, of course, to start with piloting for the countries where you know for sure that people have long distances to do. So this would be my advice.
Thank you very much, Mariana. And Sergey also asked about the security of polling stations in Moldova. Last week, together with representatives of CEC, we visited Moldova. We talked to law enforcement, with bodies responsible for administration of elections, and we were talking about how security was organized in Moldova, how you cooperated with hosting countries. If you followed parliamentary elections in Moldova on September 28th, there were a lot of bomb threats for polling stations abroad, so Russia's purpose was very, very clear. They tried to stop voting and prevent people from coming to the polling stations, but Moldova authorities knew about that, so they had prior preparatory work with law enforcement. Of course, in Germany, in various lands, the response was different. In some lands, the polling stations and the election process was stopped because security was the first priority. In Romania, they checked all polling stations before voting by local law enforcement. Then they sent their anti-terrorist unit representatives there, who were monitoring the whole and observing the whole process. And when threats started coming, Romanian authorities said that we know it was not true, just continue. We are sure that everything, yeah, you see what's going on here. So the electricity is out here. Yeah, you see now that we reached that point now. So as to the security of polling stations abroad, the CEC, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ukrainian consulate representatives with our support, we organized advisory visits to Poland, Italy, Moldova, France, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Belgium. And I also know that we had visits to Germany, Portugal, and Great Britain. And during all the visits, we discussed the issues of security in the first place, Ukrainian elections, and how the local authorities were going to deal without them. And they are also interested in ensuring their own own safety and security because they expect provocations from Russia, whether it would be embassy and consulate or additional extra polling stations. Of course, during Ukrainian elections, Russia will be interfering. Thank you very much for this session, and the floor is to the moderator. So my session was supposed to be finished now, but we're only beginning to talk. So now we are going to talk about our national framework, our legislation on regulating campaigning abroad. It's a spoiler for you now because there is nothing in our legislation about that. It's bad, but still I'm sure that you have draft law number 83 by which we were trying to partly address the issue of campaigning. And I sometimes think, and it's laying there, the committee made its decision. It was not included in the agenda yet, so maybe we should develop some uniform draft law that would address all aspects related to campaigning, both domestically and abroad. Maybe then it will be easier. I was listening to my colleagues from other factions, and they're ready to participate very actively in developing electoral legislation, but we have two wonderful speakers who are going to present, and I would like to give floor now to expert from Center for Political Legal Reform. Anton is online with us. So my question to you is how you as an expert see the framework, the principles that should regulate campaigning abroad. Maybe you see some risks related to the absence of regulations and principles. Dear colleagues, can you hear me well? Yes. Yes. So thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker. Alina, thank you for giving the floor to me, and I'm very grateful to organizers for this wonderful event. So the spoiler is quite correct. We have more questions than answers, because on the one hand there is one section on campaigning in domestic legislative framework as to definition, types, forms, timelines, and types. But on the other hand, when we are talking about campaigning abroad, there are no procedural legislative norms in the current legislation so far. That can be explained about the aspects pertaining to sovereignty, foreign country, domestic legislation, and amendments in this part has to be in line with specific legislation of the effective electoral code that restricts campaigning, and there are specific provisions that have to be taken into account, and maybe the electoral code has to be amended first, because polling stations in other countries, according to the electoral code, are organized in consulate premises, and only information about time and procedure for voting can be posted there, but any type of campaigning is prohibited. So, and Article 57 of the Electoral Code contains direct prohibition of campaigning by foreigners, by domestic politicians, parties, and campaigning in foreign media outlets in the territory of Ukraine. At the same time, the Electoral Code does not prohibit procuring respective services from foreign legal entities. And at the same time, the Electoral Code has a direct provision on creating electoral funds of political parties only in hryvnias, in domestic currency, that can also become an obstacle for funding campaigning abroad. There is no single recipe. single solution addressing these general problems. And I agree with you when you mentioned draft law 8310. There is no movement. It partly addresses the aspects of online campaigning, but in my opinion, the only right step in this direction would be continue finding a balance between further improvement of domestic legislation and activation of diplomatic work in terms of concluding preliminary agreements with international partners, international organizations, online platforms where such campaigning can be carried out. And I would like to encourage a discussion with you, colleagues, today, because today we paid attention, or you mentioned this limited number of diplomatic services where polling stations can be located. You mentioned that diplomatic services of or offices of other countries can be used. So, given the national interest, let's discuss the possibility to use offices of international organizations and institutions that probably could help us out. But again, I would like to pay your attention to draw your attention to the fact that we need to take national interests into account. Thank you. Colleagues, let us move on. I would like to give floor to Senior Advisor of OPORA, Olga. So we heard Anton, and we understand that there is a need for the framework. We have to remember the principles, but I would like to ask you about liability. So what can be suggested here? Who should document violations? Who should impose fines? We all understand that we need a kind of interagency cooperation here. Which agencies should be involved? Yes, but I will first come back to this framework aspect and the processes that are unfolding right now. We were talking a lot about this delay in our agenda, so we could shorten this panel or stop it at all because there is no regulation. But the regulation is absent because the electoral reform and bringing it in compliance with our reality is too politicized, and we mentioned that already. So we have to go away from this politicization, and we have a good chance to do that. I'm talking about roadmaps on functioning of democratic institutions approved by the Ministry of Justice, and Hannah as the representative of the agency that implements. Maybe she did not want to be the person crying out in the desert, but we as civil society can speak about it. So when we are talking about funding of campaigns and those modules that were developed, they can exist, but the liability for violation of funding rules will refer to everything happening in Ukraine and outside Ukraine. So we have a very clear deadline here, and this deadline is the end of 2026. If we do not start talking about legal liability for violation of the rules of funding, and not only, if we do not start the discussion today and table specific draft laws or provide very specific solutions, if we do not start that today, we will not be able to meet the deadline. OPORA works very closely with the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption. I see Bogdan Zolotucha more often than some of my own colleagues from OPORA. And we in touch at all times, but we need a wider group for discussion. We have certain solutions that we can already offer, but we have to start discussing them with politicians already, and we should start approving solutions that have clear deadlines in the roadmap maps. It's not a political question anymore. It's the question of us implementing and reaching the milestones as a candidate country. So OPORA suggests we should start this discussion already, not just talk about us preparing for elections, but talk about us preparing for European integration, which sets specific deadlines and specific obligations. Coming back to the question of liability for violation of campaigning rules, we understand that if we have campaigning, then we have violations as well. So then we have to discuss which campaigning is at a larger scale. We were talking about Moldova, for instance, and according to the conclusions of all missions and national observers, domestic observers, the illegal campaigning, including campaigning abroad, prevailed over legal campaigning, so there were more instances of violations. So the issue of liability is absolutely equal to the question of legal regulation of campaigning. So if we do not regulate campaigning, then there will be even more illegal campaigning, even in the spheres where it could be avoided. So we discussed possible ways of violating. Andrei and Martin mentioned that, of course, we will have challenges related to abuse of power, administrative resource, and then powers of the representative of the government visiting the country, campaigning probably. So we are talking about the need to deal with the complaints, like in Moldova, complaints from the oppositional forces. So vote buying is another challenge. In 2022, after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we started researching the possibilities for interaction with law enforcement agencies on the example of Poland. So if there are any campaigning activities that are illegal, so we had to discuss how these violations should be prevented. If we are talking about vote buying, this bribery, that is not only an administrative offense but also entails criminal liability.
Then we discussed less, but nowadays we are going to put it on the first place of priorities. That's foreign influence on our voters abroad. And Moldova example is a very bright one because, there was a first attempt, like there were attempts regarding trying to provide information about some bombs there, but first attempts were trying to disseminate some doubts using different information materials, but at the same time using bribery as a means of influence on voters. And in our country, we have also, working labor migrants who work in one place. So there are different factories or plants where we have, for example, Ukrainians working, or if we speak about other countries. So other people who know Ukrainian, they could communicate with Ukrainian voters, and there were such attempts. And Stratcom was actively communicating and sharing information about it, and there were also some attempts using social networks on with monitoring opportunities and covering monitoring opportunities on the election day at the election precincts. So, and these were bribery networks which they tried to build, but on the territory of foreign countries. So these challenges are not rhetoric ones or made up. No, they are quite real ones. Legislation-wise, we speak about bringing to administrative responsibility. Unfortunately, our code, which should have been updated a long time ago because it was actually adopted at the state, which has no longer existed, and there we have administrative responsibility, which shall be actually amended and replaced. And everything is done according to provisions of this code. So it means that according to administrative responsibility, and there is an opportunity so there is no opportunity at all to brought to administrative responsibility if such offense is committed abroad. Speaking about criminal responsibility, if such offense is committed on the territory of Ukraine, or it means at the territory of the diplomatic facility, there everything is more or less clear, even despite the fact that it's not very clear, but it is understandable. So we have the head of a diplomatic institution who has an opportunity to carry out urgent investigation measures according to the Criminal Procedural Code of Ukraine. But when we were talking to staff of the diplomatic institutions, they usually are not aware of such a right, and because they just don't apply it. But speaking about campaigning, we shall be clear that everything will take place not at the premises of a diplomatic institution or facility, but at any other places. And here immediately we have a question: how to inform about it, who is going to investigate it, and what are the opportunities for interaction. And the first question is already a challenging one. So there is no clear prohibition that if there is an observer or a voter themselves faces a fact of criminal acts committed against them, either bribery or any illegal attempts to provide illegal funding or any other obstacles posed in front of them for accessing to their electoral rights, they can inform law enforcement authorities. But then jurisdiction issue is on the table. So if it's at the premises of diplomatic institutions that's under jurisdiction of the Shevchenkivsky district law enforcement authority, but if not, then where to submit such a report? So that's already first barrier where to go, where to submit such a report on commitment of the alleged offense. Once the proceeding is initiated, a very comprehensive process of mutual international interaction starts. So actually, how can be brought to responsibility? That's another question. Generally, it's more or less defined because we have so we have citizenship rule applied here. If citizens of Ukraine commit crimes at the territory of other countries, they are under provisions of our criminal code. So it's related also to citizens of Ukraine who reside all the time on the territory of Ukraine. But if not, if these are foreigners or foreigners without citizenship, then here we have two territorial jurisdictions: universal jurisdiction and real one. Real one means that if it's related to severe or extremely severe crime, if such a crime committed by foreigner against the citizen of Ukraine, it could be initiated. But with extremely severe crimes, we don't have such problems among election situations, and with severe crimes, we don't have also no single severe crime mentioned or extremely severe crime mentioned. So it means that if it's committed on the territory of another country at this moment, if no other changes are made by 2026, It means that there is no effective communication and interaction regarding fighting Russian influence on the electoral activities of Ukraine abroad is impossible because Ukraine has not yet made any changes to its legislation. Speaking about universal jurisdiction, yeah, that jurisdiction could be applied if it's recognized by any international treaty. And here, there are some options for additional regulation, but anyway, we shall not expect for everything to be regulated by international treaty. But no, we shall first of all align our national legislation. So what happens next? Next, the submission of a request shall be done by the National Police of Ukraine using internationally recognized mechanisms to authorities of a country where this crime was committed. It could be done only from at the upper levels as of now. So we have an under OPG office relevant department. This relevant department of OPG shall reach out to the prosecutor general of the relevant country, and only then from that upper level it goes down to the grassroots level of a specific city or settlement where such crime was committed and where this person is actually. And even more to say, there shall be official translation of the request. It shall be done in a language of a country where this request is submitted to. So it clearly gives an understanding that such interaction will not be swift. And if we speak about fighting foreign influence, if we spend so much time on just exchanging of requests, we will just miss all the elections. Influence is done, is made, and there we will find some information somewhere among the lines of OSCE reports that no effective measures of fighting foreign influence were taken, and that's all. That's why we need to start working with it already now. And of course, there are no simple answers to this question because it's about making changes to international cooperation, and such discussions as we have had with Mr. Bogdan and Madam Hanna are not enough already. It requires more communication and discussions with other departments and units, which will allow us to think about solutions. And yeah, we also understand, if we speak about EU countries, inside the countries, inside the EU, no one already uses all these requests and so on, because if EU member states communicate through such requests, their internal system will just fail, will not function at all. So it's like outdated means of communication. So there are different orders for information, so there is arrest warrants and extradition to the state, or orders for carrying out relevant investigation measures. But of course, that Euro order is related only to the EU member states. But maybe we need to start discussion that we are, as a candidate country, maybe we shall be allowed with some elements of access to this cooperation system, at least within the European Union, where we say that intervention into the Ukrainian election also poses a threat to the security of the European Union. So this discussion shall be started. The discussion shall be started now because it's a long one. It requires so difficult managerial decisions, including reforms from the side of European institutions, and we know very well how much time it could take. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Olga. Sergei, over to you, Central Election Commission, Sergei Kostovy. Thank you. I would like to reflect, and we have already mentioned Moldova case so much before, and why actually Moldova experience is so important for us, because part of the challenges that this country has faced is also relevant for us. They also had external influence and intervention committed by the Russian Federation itself. That's why, within the context of this, of today's roundtable discussion, if few wrap-ups and findings of our survey process when we visited our partners. The issue of campaigning, and as we can see from out of this survey, is not regulated on the level of European Union almost at all. So that's why, speaking about the national legislation frameworks, are limited beyond the borders of our country, because we should take into consideration legislation of countries where our citizens are. That's why we're a little bit limited in this context. But at the same time, we should also realize that in this study, it's very good, specifically very good for our political parties, because this study provides detailed information disaggregated by each country with all tools available there. But at the same time, based on our experience and our partners say, we understand that actually campaigning abroad is almost always online, and if it's online, it means that it opens also numerous tools for external intervention to the process. And again, going back to Moldova, why I'm calling again example of Moldova, because I think that they managed very well to handle the challenges that they had, including challenge of external intervention. And again, when they handled the problem of legislation, they had a very broad approach. They realized that they need to ensure honest, competitive, and transparent elections, including campaigning periods. That's why, for them, Central Election Commission plays a key role in controlling over electoral funding and spending, and NACP in our case have more controlling opportunities here and tools. But anyway, in Moldova, the government made changes to the electoral code, focusing strengthening measures at fighting external influence, making amendments to criminal procedural code, extending tools of investigation and procedural response to intervention into election, and the law of Moldova on extremism with clarification of definitions and mechanisms of fighting, and changes to criminal code, specifically envisaging sanctions for corruption and influence. It allowed controlling authorities to monitor so many different things and gave them some freedom to be more effective within less time, and specifically during pre-trial investigation and trial consideration of cases. So trial consideration of cases took less time and allowed them to fight effectively against Russian external intervention and influence. That's why I think that when we speak about future perspectives in this field, and we shall be not only limited with the changes to electoral code. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sobolev, over to you. Thank you. We are discussing so much about Russian influence. Yeah, definitely, it's huge. But let's look at what is happening in Hungary, for example, where the leading party, and I'm not mentioning Jobbik or other radical parties, but the leading party in Hungary right now allows to install monuments to those who actually burned to the earth villages in the north of Chernihiv region during the Second World War. So if they do it already now, what campaigning they will do among Ukrainians staying in Hungary, and those who of Hungarian origin and those who are forced to stay there? What they will do, what they will allow themselves to do during campaigning period? Slovak Republic, and I'm not mentioning Mr. Fico now, about all other allies. So I think that they do such things which require response from our MFA and our political leadership already now, when there is an active stage of the war. But when it's over, and if it's over, and if indeed election opportunities are open to us, we can only imagine what will happen on the Slovak broadcasting channels. Will we forbid them to do it, and to have, will we forbid politicians of Slovak Republic or Moldova to have a floor there and say? They will say that the Ukrainian territory shall be given to Moldova because they were illegally transferred to them. But also Romania, we have all extreme left politicians which allow themselves to say some things. Everything starts with small things. If we do not stop such direct things right now, which could be done on the diplomatic level, then we will find ourselves in Strasbourg. We will turn on TV, and then we will hear actually one Ukrainian channel and 3-4 Russian TV channels with campaigning. Will you be able to forbid it during the campaigning period? No. So do you think that anyone is going to actually promote the party for peace or somehow else? No. Everything will be indirect. So we think that we live under reality of 30 years ago, when there was direct campaigning or big boards or something like this, and everything will be very clear, obvious, and so on. No, it will not be done like this. It will be done in another way, which is not very clear, which is very hidden. So we shall divide two things: what we can impact on as a country, through the making changes to legislation and so on, and till it's not too late, we shall impact on it, influence it on the diplomatic level in those countries where many millions of Ukrainians live right now, and it's obvious. So we shall divide what we can influence on and what we cannot influence on. And the last thing, we didn't mention it yet, but I think it's a very painful topic. I think we have 6 countries only where we have actually received internal Ukrainian passport. Only 6 such countries. All of them are located in the European Union. But what about millions of citizens who are not able to receive an internal Ukrainian passport or to update it or reissue it in other countries? It's a terrible situation. Right now, we have 250,000, 280,000 of Ukrainians who live in the USA, who cannot leave USA at all because they will not be able to enter back into the USA. USAID program has been stopped, U4U has been suspended. They cannot leave USA because they will not be able to return back to the USA because they have no valid Ukrainian documents. And how we are going to allow them to access to elections? And I think that's the issue. And we shall go one by one, line by one. And if we do it already now, it's already too late. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another colleague with us. Vitaly is online. Yes. Thank you, Lina. I will be very brief because everything was said by Sergey already. Because what's the name of this panel now? Yes, national legislation on regulating campaigning abroad, and the effect of our law, the election code can contain anything, many good things as well, but the idea of the law will be only possible when we are talking about domestic legislation of every country. If we look at the conclusion in the research paper, the fundamental international idea provided a very solid conclusion. Some electoral laws of European countries prohibit campaigning abroad, so this margin of appreciation of our electoral code and effect of domestic legislation on campaigning for parties abroad is very, very limited. And I would like to say that candidates and parties thinking about how to campaign abroad have to remember that there is always some level of threat and risk. We remember parliamentary elections in Georgia, 2016. CEC of Georgia received a complaint from a civil society organization saying that one of the parties won campaigning. There was a big screen and there was online streaming with one of the citizens of Ukraine who participated in campaigning in Georgia. So a civil society organization complained to the CEC, and according to the law on the Central Election Commission, the chair and members of CEC are allowed to draw a statement. So the question was for the Georgian CEC on participation of a Ukrainian citizen in campaigning online in Georgia. The decision was approximately similar to what Ms. Katsaruba said. They said that Georgian law on administrative offenses is applicable only in the territory of Georgia, and the violation was in fact in the territory of Ukraine. So there were no grounds to draw any protocols, any statements on administrative offense. So participants of future, and God allows, will live long enough to see next elections, but Ukrainian actors and participants of the election process should remember that sometimes they may find themselves in a conflict with domestic legislation of another country, including EU member states. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. So, see, you are late already, and the next panel will be moderated by Olga Ivazovska. We have two speakers online, so let us move to that part of the agenda, and then we will come back to the questions and answers. So we have representatives of Ukrainian communities. So if I have a clicker, I will be able to show the presentation. So can you show my presentation? We're not going to make any breaks. If you want to grab a coffee or need a break, you can do it when you need, because out of our respect for speakers online, so we are 1 hour late already, so they will have to change their plans. So I will be very, very brief. We have the latest research on dialogues published on our website already from Germany and from Great Britain, as well as the results of our previous activities. So you can see the overall context now, because we are talking about Ukrainian communities abroad living outside Ukraine, but we do not have any direct contact with them, or very rare we have this communication with them, because our work in communication does not reflect the real state of affairs. So you will find 40 pages long research on our website, and we are going to add 4 more countries from Poland, Italy, Spain and Ireland on our website, and maybe it's not the end. Berlin is the latest research, and I would like to say a couple of words about the difference of this methodology from the more common ones. So these dialogues are not representatives, and it's not a quantitative research, because we're not talking about a focus group, because the dynamics happens in a wider group. So we're talking about a moderated dialogue with predefined questions. Part of community worked in subgroups, and then the results were presented on the topics on which they were able to find a consensus. So that's a presentation of a wider audience than a simple focus group. But we do not have a statistical representation of our community position. So these dialogues are not only a tool to determine the way forward for organizing voting abroad in a foreign constituency. We're talking about global Ukrainian political nation. I'm a little bit pathetic here, but we are talking about very ambitious tasks in front of us. So what we should do as one community, as Ukrainians with Ukrainian passports. This multiple citizenship should give them the right to preserve the Ukrainian passport and exercise the rights as citizens of Ukraine. And if we are talking about demographic demography as a crisis for post-war generation, then the part of Ukrainian human capital, not resource but capital, should be included into policy development process through elections, through their representation in an elected body, through policies for which specific institutions are responsible. So we are not talking about the Ministry of National Unity or a foreign policy with a deputy minister exercising specific functions. So we're talking about a wider story related to policy development in this sphere. So you can see the questions that were asked to specific subgroups on which they found consensus and presented their position on what unites them with Ukraine, what motivates them to participate in the political life. I disagree with the MP here. They are active. So those who attended, who were in the Monday, they can see that active minority is everywhere. So Ukrainians living abroad do not have a different portrait from Ukrainians living in the country. 5 to 7% is a big figure if these people are ready to participate actively in the political life. So we should talk about how they are involved in political developments living in the country where they are, and which expectations they have from the Ukrainian state. So we have a lot of answers here that have a lot in common, although each country is different. So if you say that all Ukrainians abroad are like this or like that, even within the European Union, Ukrainians are different. If you invite people who left the occupied territory from one country and the people who have already active groups and registered legal entities, NGOs, private enterprises. So with these two groups, you'll have two different pictures. So the government should focus on people who have this political will to cooperate and work. For British audience and for German audience, again, they are not representative, but they are most active. For them, they care about preserving their Ukrainian identity, even among people from the occupied territories who are more used to speaking Russian, but the context of the war strengthened their striving to identify themselves as Ukrainians. So we have focus groups on social cohesion involving Ukrainians from abroad. They all demonstrated that Ukrainian citizens living in other contexts, they have stronger identity, because I see people with other identities every time I go out of my house, and I have this emotional connection, these common values, talking to family members, talking to friends, working with other Ukrainians abroad. So we preserve this ethnic national groups, volunteers, charity initiatives. They all bring these people together and they are proud to be part of it. In Great Britain, in Manchester, we saw representatives of Ukrainian communities who lived abroad for 10 years already. They are not here now, but the statement that I felt more fully as a Ukrainian after 2022, because British people, representatives of the Commonwealth, began to support Ukraine more, and they began to pay more attention to me as a citizen. So that became stronger after war. So that was an emotional profit for a person. She was a labor migrant for a decade, and then the war strengthened her role as a representative of a political group who is fighting, who is brave as Ukraine, who is united, who fights against evil. So we have to understand that for these people, being part of Ukrainian community means being human beings politically, not from the point of view of human rights. So just not try to translate my phrase into something different. So the war brought attention to representatives of our group as more valuable. That's the reality. Volunteerism, participation in rallies, collection of donations. Whenever we come, they report to you how much money they gathered over the last 3 years. And they are proud of that, although it was very difficult for them. So this direct dialogue should be the goal for us, because they understand the role, the political role they play. So there are several generations that were born abroad after 2022. They also strengthened their identity, and they felt this need to come together as a political force, not political parties, but group that lobby Ukraine's interests. And this is something new that emerged after 2022. They had their quarrels, like this old diaspora and new diaspora. And one of our colleagues researched the Great Famine development, and a colleague of mine, she found those letters telling on other people, and they were separated by historical reality, and people lived in different bubbles depending on the time when they left Ukraine. And now they are united, helping Ukraine to protect its independence. Even if they do not want to come back, do not plan to come back, we have to ensure their social mobility. Social mobility means more than bringing them back physically. Only those people who come back, they will need social support. Those people who stay, they will bring the Ukrainian brand. What brings them together is being different from British people, or being different from Germans and the Germans. And here we see big differences even among the groups of Ukrainians. British people would like to strengthen their Ukrainian identity through culture, and our German groups would like to ensure political participation. They are talking about mechanisms of influencing political life in Germany available to Ukrainians. How to communicate with members of German parliament, how to participate in meetings with voters. Their community accounts for 8% of all foreigners living in Germany, which is the second largest after Turkish community that account for 12%. So these people are striving for participation in German political life in the interest of Ukraine. And you should use it. You should plan how to use it for cooperation with them. If you don't do it, it's a huge gap, in my opinion, understanding the needs of Ukraine, or some misunderstanding. Because when you have these resources and you do not use them, you lose. Social connections, I will not speak a lot about that. They help you to feel this unity, having internet, having social media, having the possibility to communicate freely through WhatsApp and other messengers. So this is different from what we had before the end of the 20th century, and this is something that you have to use. So this public and political participation, they want to develop local Ukrainian community, they want to preserve Ukrainian culture, and in Germany they also would like to create this added value through supporting Ukrainian armed forces, through influencing political life. So they have this capacity to lobby Ukraine's interest, and business works in a very focused manner, in a very different surrounding environment. So there is no wall with them after they leave. 51% of our defense business pays taxes in the European Union? Do we see them as part of political life? I'm not only talking about elections, I'm talking in general. Do we lose them as taxpayers? Aren't we losing them as creative class, as a group capable of organizing itself? So there are a lot of questions to the government. Talking about political life, they say they use e-democracy tools. They use DIA. They sign various petitions. They participate in communications on various topics. They organize online events, roundtables. They participate economically. They have international cooperation capacity. We are talking about that with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We do not need support of diplomatic institutions to organize events in Great Britain, British Parliament. We had a meeting with members of parliament organized by a Ukrainian woman who left Ukraine after 2022. Embassy came and they read out the statement. Of course, the embassy does not have the capacity to support all our initiatives, especially with the non-governmental sector. Then we came to Germany with Alexander Korniyenko, Ivana Klimpushtinsa, the Ina Sovsun, and we had a meeting with Ukrainian diaspora. So they had this opposition who is very quiet, as they call it, but anyway, so we had everyone sitting in the same room in the Chancellor's office in Bundestag and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We were all sitting there speaking the same language about EU accession, and conflict prevention happens there because Ukrainian politicians behave in a very mature way. So again, this all is happening with representatives of high-level institutions through a Ukrainian woman who represents a German non-governmental organization. And without her, this non-governmental organization would never push forward Ukrainian issues. So you do not have this understanding of the real scale of Ukrainian community's contribution to Ukraine's sustainability. There are a lot of cultural events that are organized by Ukrainians around development of local Ukrainian communities. So Ukrainian life, empathy is a very valuable resource. When people are indifferent in Ukraine and outside Ukraine, that means a huge lack of capacity to mobilize the resource. And this empathy emerges or evolves when the state communicates properly. When they hear that you left, you betrayed Ukraine, just stay there. What kind of empathy are we talking about in Ukraine, for Ukraine? Even when our communities dispersed all over the world, they hear the president saying that you are a patriot, either a patriot or a refugee. You cannot say that. You should stop yourself. So if when we're talking about men who crossed the Tisa River, who are try to escape from performing their constitutional duties, women still hear that as referring to them, and that that means that we are losing these people.
So about perspectives to return them back. But the first factor which actually doesn't allow them to keep living in Ukraine, that's security. The security situation, that's the key factor. Second, that's housing and employment. Because, when we assess people, very often we recall those cases when people leave from Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk region. They keep their lives. But what about Mariupol citizens who actually left Mariupol and live right now there abroad? And they 3 years afterwards, they cannot put on themselves some bright colors, because for them just black color and dressing, it's normal. And these people who have suffered such a huge trauma, and if you tell them why are you not yet here in Ukraine, that's even inhuman, treating them like this and saying them like this. Again, I would treat our words and our calls to them as lack of understanding of general context of such people abroad, such audience abroad. In Germany, for example, we had a huge group of leaders, both male and female, of different organizations, including NGOs. They actually have relocated with all their NGOs there, and they do all their actions consciously, with intention, with a purpose to extend their communication with Ukrainian sources, and that's about actually being with them. It's a huge challenge and example of active people in Ukraine. Again, it moves them to be engaged in the social and political lives. That's why communication again. That's what's important. Overcoming obstacles. Yeah, of course. Lack of resources, it's clear. Lack of priority of social and political life in comparison with basic needs. It's logical. Distrust that any social and political activities could bring some results, feeling unneeded. That is all logical when you act locally but want to have global changes and you don't have enough time to unite yourselves. Challenges of voting abroad. Again, another challenge. When Victoria has mentioned figures that the biggest group are those who do not know whether they would vote or not, but frankly speaking, do you know that in Canada you need to spend $1,000 in order to get to election precinct, polling precinct, in just to vote? So just, with this consideration in mind, yeah, you want to participate in voting, but you need to spend twice. Because once you need to go there to submit your application for voting physically, and secondly, on the day of voting, to come and vote. So these are challenges, but the answers to those challenges are not taken into consideration by politicians in order to solve those problems with barriers. Security reasons are clear. Many of them have suffered trauma. They just can't come to Ukraine. That's about their mental health, about psychological issue. Only when it's safe, maybe for some territories they will be able to come here. Some people told me that's my experience. I saw how a missile was actually near me, hitting almost me. So this person was in the heart of the attack. A woman in Manchester was all the time in such, psychologically anxious condition, nervous, active condition. She says, I don't want you to understand me. Why? Well, then you need to live through my experience, and I don't want you to be hurt. And she told us how she was under occupation, that she was hidden by men not to be raped, then after the occupation, she was taken to Turkey for rehabilitation, and then earthquake happened and 50 people died, and then now she's in Manchester. So this is her experience, and those who didn't live such experience, you have no right to judge them. So there are so many of them, and this feeling of fear, of uncertainty regarding to return back to Ukraine, it's clear. If you have some minor or other under your care, elderly people, and abroad you can have some school, education, employment, distrust to distrust to power, to the authorities, and because of corruption. Yeah, it's all clear. Fear of face aggression. That's already their feeling. That if they return here, they will face some aggression and judgment. Yeah, fear of mobilization, it's clear for some categories. Strive for getting some new knowledge and skills, it's also clear. I will wrap up. And the key recommendation, information communication work, improving adaptation, and it's always feasible in all the context: development of state services, education, development of culture, and political participation. All this, is a process which you could be involved already today. So again, here you can see 3 QR codes where you can scan and read more findings. And there was another poll where we asked Ukrainians abroad regarding all unity issues. Please use them, read the details, read the statistics. So we have 2 Natalia here, we have Natalka Panchenko, representatives of Ukrainian community abroad, and Natalia Prikornitska, co-founder and board member of Ukrainian Alliance in Germany. So please, let's have them in our talk, in our conversation. I hope that they are still with us, even behind the fact that we are late for 1 hour already. So hi Natalia, I am going to moderate this session, but we don't have an MP who plans to have presentation here, but we have other MPs, including online. We have huge number of participants, and again, I would like to underline that such people as Natalka in Poland, who doesn't know her, they just don't know what Ukrainian community abroad is. So I'm sure that you know her. Actually, if they need, they can do everything. They can just undermine mountains. They do huge things, from fundraising to politics and all things. So Natalia, over to you. I kindly ask you to focus on 2 issues. You have 5-6 minutes of time. Maybe we'll have a second round of opinions. On the first question, how do you see changes in Ukrainian community in Poland after 2022? What are the key outcomes of your activities? Because look, indeed, we need to look for more and more arguments for Ukrainian politicians who still think with categories of electorate benefits. What is the value of such Ukrainian community abroad? And what could be key recommendation of Ukrainian community in Poland to the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian politicians? Because I think that those steps that have already been made, they are good, but a little bit artificial. I'm here speaking about the Ministry of National Unity, and there is no state strategy developed, so your recommendations could be very valuable here. Please, Natalia, up to 6 minutes, and then if we have time, we'll go for the second round. Thank you. For those who don't know me, I just will name a few words. I'm leader of civil initiative Euromaidan Warsaw and stand with Ukraine founder. I think that many of you know that officially trade between European Union and Russia has been just suspended by grassroots activists, actually, who were standing there on the streets for months, and they made politicians to make this official decision on the official level by politicians. So it was done by me and my team. We also do so many different things in advocacy sector, where we work with Polish and EU politicians. We try to use any means to motivate them to support Ukraine and help us to win this war at the territory of Ukraine. Each day we do everything possible in order to share with them that it's also at their interest, and also we do what we think is most important for us. Since 2014, my Civic initiative has been supporting armed forces of Ukraine. Also, in the countries of the European Union, sometimes it's very hard to fundraise among the tender audience of the EU member states to explain and to fundraise for help of the armed forces of Ukraine. But we keep doing it despite of the fact how difficult it is. I fully agree with Olga. And I would like to underline that Ukrainian diaspora, Ukrainian migrants, and now Ukrainian refugees who are forced to be abroad for Ukraine is, first of all, a huge resource, and we shall realize it. Secondly, There are also realities which are very challenging to contradict, and roughly 7 million of Ukrainian citizens have left Ukraine since the start of the full-scale invasion, and now they live abroad. So it's up. So it's all together, with all figures together, it's up to 15-20 million of Ukrainians in total who live abroad. So if we put them aside, if we stop interacting with them, we can just lose them. I would like to underline the following, that we can lose them not because they don't want, but because they can't. Olga gave an example from USA, that where you need to participate in elections in USA or in Canada, for example, they need to fly to the polling precinct. The distance is huge, and usually the ticket costs around $1,000. And it's not only about USA and Canada; it's the same for Asia and Africa countries, where people need to go to fly even to another country. There were stations when people took a ticket to fly to another country in order to register for voting, and then flew back, and then on the election day they fly again, but they are not in the list. It means that they spent $2,000-3,000 of their own money, but they were unable to vote because they were not registered in the list, even if they did everything possible for it. So, despite all this mentioned, and based on my active experience in Poland and in Ukrainian diaspora in general for many years, I see that more and more Ukrainians return back home in Ukraine. More and more Ukrainians try to implement some interaction programs with Ukraine, and more Ukrainians, specifically since the beginning of full-scale invasion, are interested in not losing contact with their country. Olga asked me to explain to you how the Ukrainian community has changed abroad. I will give you the Poland example. First of all, that's definitely the community has changed. For example, in European countries, before the full-scale invasion, a major part of Ukrainians were either students or teachers, lecturers, professors, but their share was not that high, or workers. Now we see in the EU countries Ukrainian business persons, entrepreneurs with huge experience who succeeded to relocate their production sites and companies to the hosting countries, or very often they just start from the very scratch, from the empty, from the clean sheet of paper, and they manage to succeed in abroad. Many of them intentionally do not close their branches on the territory of Ukraine, having employees on the territory of Ukraine, and pay taxes in Ukraine because they just feel that they want to do it. A huge number of highly qualified professionals, some of them keep working for international companies, others for these 3-4 years needed to find work at the hosting countries, others keep working remotely for Ukrainian countries, but being located in Poland. Those people are more active. Those people will have higher feeling of self-worthiness. We don't need to explain to them how to behave in society, how to show themselves. And it makes us so happy, because people who arrived 2-3 years ago, now they can arrange events at the highest level, open doors of decision makers, and represent Ukraine there with dignity. But as our topic is elections, and I can't but mention it, when I'm thinking that Ukraine will need to have somehow elections abroad within the next few years, with consideration of that number of people, of Ukrainian citizens who live abroad, frankly speaking, I'm terrified, because I was at one of the polling precincts, and our volunteers actively participated in elections, helping Embassy of Ukraine to have decent electoral process back in 2019 and in other elections, in other years, and I remember how it was. I looked at my notes. So back in 2019, on the territory of Poland, according to different estimations, more or less 1.5 to 2 million of people lived already at that moment. For the whole territory of Poland, we had only 4 polling precincts. So it means that distance for each voter was roughly 500 kilometers, and the capacity of each precinct was around 5,000 of persons. So it means that maximum capacity of all polling precincts at the territory of Poland was 20,000 of persons. With total amount of Ukrainians staying there, 2 million. So it's just 1 and 2%, really. So it's just 1 or 2% of Ukrainian citizens, and that was a capacity for polling precincts. So the waiting time, for example, for getting there was 5 hours, and they had trained and so on. So there were so many different problems why people didn't manage to vote. There were so many conflict stations. Everyone was tired. Volunteers, staff of polling precincts, diplomat specialists, everyone wanted to do to make it happen. But you know, when the capacity of precincts is only 1 or 2% of the total number of Ukrainian population in Poland, it's just impossible. I understand that all challenges related to other options, alternatives such as additional voting or postal voting or additional precincts, but without introduction of any of such measures, I don't think that it's feasible to carry out elections abroad, like in Poland, when we have a drastic increase in number of Ukrainians staying in Poland. And I don't know how it's possible to arrange it with given legislation at hand. So now we can't even speak about 1% of capacity, because the number of Ukrainians has increased. Now the number of precincts is the same as it was back in 2019.
Next thing, Poland is one of the countries today that's under huge impact of Russian propaganda, and we are not only talking about disinformation attacks, but also about sabotage and diversive activities that very often show that implementers of subversive activities are citizens of Ukraine hired by Russian Federation in the territory of Poland. So we have to demonstrate a special response to the fact that Russian special services work very actively in some countries already. And if we have elections in Ukraine, we should remember that they will be trying very actively to undermine it. Maybe not in all EU member states, but in many of them. These are the most important things I wanted to mention. So campaigning, that's the topic of today's discussion, and the election process as such. Legislation that we have today, I don't see any real possibility for quality elections in the countries outside Ukraine. So if we do something to make it possible for 15,000 Ukrainians to vote, or we lose them, and then thank you for your attention. So you're talking about the figures that was named by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we developed a strategy on cooperation with Ukrainians abroad, and Georgi said that it is going to be revised in the end of this year, but we're not talking about all people who have citizenship, but we were talking about the people who were born and who identified themselves as Ukrainians. I have one question to you, and we will let you go, not to keep you here, because I know that you have a lot of important things to do. So we had a question from our representatives of IFES, from the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. So if we open more polling stations outside the premises for voting, is there a possibility to organize cooperation with Polish, for instance, law enforcement? So because public order will be guarded by local police officers. And we have those tensions between local Polish communities and Ukrainian communities. So do you see, even given your personal story, because you experience everyday threats and from right radical groups. So do you think that security can be guaranteed outside embassies? So you gave us the numbers and 4 polling stations, as far as I remember, during the previous elections. Obviously, that's not enough, and physical voting is a challenge. So first of all, physical voting, the question is how extended it can be. I don't see any problems with cooperation with Polish law enforcement, as long as we have cooperation at the national level. If Ukraine requests, Poland will have to provide safety and security of Ukrainian citizens coming to vote at the polling stations. No one can guarantee, even myself, that there will be no subversive activities or attempts. No one can guarantee that there will be no threats from Russian special services or some organizations, Polish right radical wing organizations and political forces. Unfortunately, in my opinion, will see themselves in these elections. And we saw what can happen in Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Germany, and many other countries. They have a lot of organizations that will try and do something, but Poland, in my opinion, would be able to organize themselves to ensure security of the election process, but we need amendments to legislation for that and understanding how and where we can organize those additional polling stations, who would organize their work there, who would be responsible for all the logistical aspects, because there are a lot of things that need to be done there. I think that should be an embassy or maybe consulates, but again, the staff power of embassy in Poland, given the number of Ukrainians staying there, is insufficient. Yes, but if we have a political will, then it's a task. If there is no political will, that's an excuse of our being inactive in this sphere. So thank you very much for your initiative. 1 billion hryvnias to support Ukrainian armed forces is a new figure for me, which is very impressive. So Natalia Prigornitska is our next speaker. She represents the Alliance of Ukrainian Organizations in Germany that are also very active, and they were the co-organizers of our dialogues in Berlin, and we received already the results that we published on our website. Unlike previous dialogues, I was super impressed by the situation when representatives of the organizations that you invited were talking about possibilities for political participation of Ukrainians, of Ukrainian citizens in the political life through direct dialogues with political leadership, political figures of the Republic of Germany. What possibilities do you see as a result of cooperation with such organizations as yours, and what would be your main recommendations regarding potential post-war elections, how we can expand and increase possibilities for Ukrainian citizens in the political process? You have 6 minutes. Thank you for inviting me, and I am very glad that I have this possibility to share my ideas and hear your ideas. I'm very glad that we were able to organize the dialogue with the Ukrainian community in Berlin, because it's very powerful message for those people who are active in the field, and this is one of the key factors that are very characteristic of active Ukrainian communities. So to be heard on not only in Germany, but also at the level of cooperation with Ukraine. As to your first question, Ukrainian people are globally involved in political participation in Germany. Political participation is one of the key tasks for the active community, for the active minority that you, Olga, mentioned, which is also one of the driving forces of the Ukrainian community in Germany. So we organize workshops and awareness-raising campaigns about tools for political participation in Germany. So how, as an active person, you can organize an initiative or an organization that you would like, or initiative you would like to institutionalize. A colleague of mine organizes such workshops, telling people how they can register their organization and what needs to be done. And they are talking about how to be a member of a migration council, because migration councils play an important role. They are working at the municipal level, at the local level, and are a very important tool of the Federal Migration Council. So being members of such councils plays also a very important role in formulating local policies. So if we have a Ukrainian member of such an organization or such a council, such a member can include in the agenda Ukrainian interests in German society. This is a tool, one of the tools present at various levels. And it's also possible to become candidates at land parliaments, at federal parliament. At the moment, we have one woman of Ukrainian origin who is a member of a land parliament in Berlin, which is also very important and opens huge potential for lobbying Ukrainian interests in Germany, and it's also powerful in the context of cooperation with the German society. So we are talking about the importance of involving Ukrainians, with people with Ukrainian passports, who have a huge potential, as well as people who were forced to change their passport, who became citizens of another country, for instance, Germany. They also have a big potential, and we need to involve them, because these are people who've lived for a long time in Germany, who understand how the society works in Ukraine and in Germany. They know all the policies and all these nuances. So these people are, again, an active minority that can advocate for Ukrainian interests. All these things mentioned by Natalia, I can only agree and emphasize them, like the electoral process. Here we have the same challenges in Germany. We have more than 1 million people who came to Germany from Ukraine after 2022, including 150,000 people who were in Germany before 2022. And the majority of them, the Ukrainians, came during the last 3 years. And many of them were able to receive German citizenship. The coalition supported the draft law that came in forms. Now they're going to revise it or cancel. So people can apply for German citizenship after 3 years, provided they have solid integration in the German society. So many people acquired German citizenship. So there are two ways for people to come back to or to stay. And involvement is something we have to work on jointly. We have to combine our effort to create Ukrainian community abroad from among those people who decided to stay, who decide not to come back, but still they support Ukraine with their donations through joint projects, through creating tools. So it is important to involve people who live abroad, and there is a lack of tools for such involvement. A joint fund can be created, diasporal fund can be created for Ukrainians who would support Ukrainian medium and small businesses, for instance. So that can be one of the tools. And there is a lack of such tools. As for the electoral process, again, we have experience of 2015. I was a member of an election commission in Berlin. We had huge queues in Berlin because there were several federal lands from which people come to vote, and they have the same challenges because they were not able to find their names in the register after staying for a long time in the queue. There was a lack of polling stations where people could vote at elections. And here we're not talking about transparent organization of the process. We are talking about the lack of understanding of the process, how it is organized. Figures were quoted as to the expected turnout. I would like to emphasize this is a very dynamic process. Like in 2015, 2019, we saw how domestic situation in Ukraine influences people living abroad. They feel their duty to vote at elections. So it's very dynamic. It can change that people answering this question today, they can change their attitude during this pre-election process. It's very dynamic. And a couple of other points I wanted to make in the end. What can improve connection with Ukrainian voters abroad is the need for transparent communication already now. Informing people, sharing understandable information to people all over the world, because people receive information from social media. A lot of people use Telegram channels, and we know the risks connected to them, the disinformation and other challenges that Natalia mentioned. So subversive activities. We see those attempts to raise discussions, arguments inside the Ukrainian community. It is artificially created. It can be monitored. This big threat is already present today. It's used very actively, and this will present a great threat during the pre-election process. It is very important to improve cooperation with the Ukrainian people globally. It should be aimed at state authority and civil society. I'm talking about understanding and mapping stakeholders in Germany, like who is active in which land and in which sphere, who is the person through which the information is shared. And this active minority are multipliers and bearers of information about how domestic policies are developed and how election process is developing. So it should be done before the process starts. So that's, yes, Natalia, you mean that these groups, active self-organized groups, can provide educational activities about the process, political process on a live mode. Yeah, live mode. So some provide humanitarian services, some create Ukrainian schools to preserve Ukrainian identity. But so you have potential working in the educational and awareness raising sphere, sharing information about the way of voting, place of voting, or the ways people can be involved in the political process. So I'm trying to advertise you. because I know the weaknesses of our political audiences. So you can speak German in German television, so you look more unbiased than Ukrainian diplomats, because Ukrainian diplomats voice the president abroad. So yeah, they have their mandate. And Ukrainian community really delivers the message, and they share the information with the audience. So can you speak about your educational potential, because we have members of CEC here who worry very much about how they would organize education during the election process. So I can give you an example of the alliance. We are an umbrella organization. We have 23 organizations, and we expand. We cover 8 lands in Germany, and we are a formalized, legalized organization. We are a legal entity, and our members are legal entities as well. And we have an informal network in addition to the alliance. We have a WhatsApp group with more than 160 participants from all over Germany who represent this active minority and who share information. These are people who work in small localities in Germany, organize events, and inform the Ukrainian community about changes, or they organize events for discussions of certain topics. The target audience can be the Ukrainians living in respective communities and localities, and they also create a space, a platform for a dialogue with general society. So they also share information with German community, talking about Ukraine, informing them about Ukraine. So this is huge potential, which is underused in my opinion. So there is no systemic and systematic approach to that. So no sustainable use of that potential. So a huge challenge in our work is that we're a rather new organization, although we have very active people who, with the beginning of the war, started working together. They trust each other, and since 2014 we organized stronger organizations who collected donations, who collected items, and who faced the challenges that were present at that time already. But that laid the foundation for creating such an organization as the Alliance of Ukrainian Organizations. So based on that trust, we can develop our network of the global Ukrainians all over Germany. So we have this potential of multipliers that has to be used, and in my opinion it's very simple to organize. So we cooperated with Mariana Betze when she was responsible for communication with the Ukrainian diaspora, and we had that interest from members of our communities who wanted to come and ask their questions to develop a common communication strategy. So if you have any specific proposal, we will be glad to discuss it together, to organize a joint online event or organize joint tools for sharing information, for involving people. So we have this sustainable channel for cooperation. And another point that I forgot to mention, but I heard it today. So I was talking about working with target groups, and one of the target groups is the youth, because at present there is no sustainable cooperation with Ukrainian youth abroad. These are people who will have the right to vote, who will come to elections to vote, and that will also mean preserving their national identity in contrast to assimilation to the communities in which they live now.
So that's a challenge for us to elaborate tools, that means how to engage this target group, target audience into the electoral processes. we shall already think in advance how to reach them out, how to communicate with them, what will be channels of communication, because they will be different for different age groups, and we shall also remember about it. Thank you, Natalia. That's not the last time when we try to show you in reality and so such leaders, because yes, indeed, we have so many such leaders of such umbrella organizations, and it's so great to cooperate with them. I can't even remember the whole list of parliamentary events of high level which were arranged to us by our colleagues, Natalia from Poland, Natalia from Germany. They had left Ukraine before 2022, but they mainly those events were arranged by those who have arrived to other countries after 22. So it's just impressing this capacity of people who have arrived there several years ago, and they found this capacity to arrange those events which were not arranged by the embassy. And what Natalia has mentioned about the horizontal level, and for example, your country is a horizontal level country, but even if our citizens are going to be there, but they will become members of local parliaments and local councils, they will be a part, an element of all such processes, local policies. It will be good. It will be good. It will be beneficial for the state. Each school abroad in Poland and Germany is a private initiative, a part of Lithuania, and previous speaker of Lithuanian Parliament, Victoria Chmielomysen, had a Ukrainian grandfather, and Lithuanian government has allocated budget for Ukrainian schools where Ukrainian teachers and Ukrainian curricula and Ukrainian students, Ukrainian pupils could attend those schools and study there according to Ukrainian curricula. That's just a great example of when even in several generations such fruits could be visible. And I'm almost over. I would like to give a floor to my colleagues for wrapping up, but I would like to say the last thing. We cannot ensure security of the state without participation of Ukrainian community in Ukrainian political life, and they want to participate not only in elections but also in developing policies related to the security of the state, security of the community. Thank you, Olga. We just have a few those for reflections, but I kindly ask you 2-3 minutes. I promised Alexander Flushik to give a floor, then Andrei Yosipovich, and then we will see. My name is Alexander Klushik. I'm the consultant to the Central Election Commission head, and yeah, I have actually comments to all presentations, but the first, what I want to say thank you for preparing such comprehensive report. We already started studying it in July this year when it was published in English, and we still find some interesting things and which could be discussed, and so thank you, and I fully agree with all those good words of appreciation said regarding this report. And secondly, regarding the framework of how to handle problems with Ukrainians abroad, and I have been working with Electoral not for the first year, and I don't want to repeat all the mistakes, all these circles and loops which we have already pass through in similar, not identical, but similar situations. And I want to say that this week, the UN Special Representative on Internal Displacement report was published, and different contexts are provided there. All countries which face this problem contributed to this report with proposals and recommendations. And the conclusion is very interesting, that the problem of internal displacement, independently of the context, was solved when political visibility of such displaced persons was increased. And as soon as different mechanisms were available in different forms, such political participation, then it led to mitigation of fears, to launch of the decision-making processes, and fears of different categories population were withdrawn in this context. So I think in view of the general context and in the context of election, Yes, indeed, we shall take into consideration that report findings. And yeah, we have seen it already in our country based on IDP situation, when a real mechanism of political visibility and participation of such category will be in force and will be feasible, that yes, it will help to eliminate problems and barriers. Because yeah, such categories look at this opportunity only when they indeed play a role in decision-making process. And the last thing I would like to make, and I would like to fully support idea of Madam Olga Kutserupa. I had so many questions to her, but I will not have time to ask her in such a public format. But so this shall look this discussion through the lens of Euro integration, even broader, through integration of Ukraine into general European discussions and processes. Because, you know, Euro integration, that's a more narrow process, like a framework. But what I'm meaning here, long before 2022 and even long before 2014, certain EU member states recognized recognized work of anti-democratic regimes with diaspora of such people in EU countries as a significant threat. And after 2014, after 2022, including European Parliament and PASEO resolutions, gave us understanding that Russian work with diaspora on the territory of EU constitutes a significant threat. And that's why it means that our key duty not only to communicate with our citizens, but actually to ensure confidence of our partners who constitute a significant part of our work, of our activities today, of our survival, so to say, that and to ensure them that indeed will contribute to stabilization of the situation, including through our interaction with our citizens who stay in the EU countries who were forced to leave Ukraine because of the war. And in this view, we need to pay attention to the updated Pact on Migration, where EU has strengthened its position that the reasons of migration, negative reasons of migration, shall be handled with the countries of origin. And it means that it's our duty also to fulfill the responsibilities under the updated Pact of Migration of the European Union. Regarding previous panel discussion, anyway, we will be in the final conflict, ethical conflict, for the hosting side to strengthen our opportunity, our measures to let our citizens to vote, but from another side, the hosting party will not realize completely what are the rights, opportunities, duties, and obligations here. And this report actually only underlines it. So going back to quotation of Madam Kutseruba, how we can deal with it on the national legislation, because you know, we don't need even to have some bad intention, but just mayors, local authorities, other representatives of authorities in hosting communities will not just understand how it's important to ensure equal opportunities to the electoral rights. And in this context, we have also another very acute issue that political campaigning abroad is de facto fosters and works for the benefit of bigger parties. So it's formulated like this. And yeah, in the report, it was not mentioned how to ensure equal opportunities in this context, but it's a good topic for our discussion, because it shows that it's a global problem, a global trend, which we shall solve during the post-war and next elections in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, very shortly, 3 comments. So first and second were related to simplifying lives of our voters abroad in order not to go twice to premises of the Central Election Commission. Definitely this issue shall be solved, and it could be solved. It could be solved. So the first nuance: if a voter is registered at the consulate office, and according to our commission, less than 600,000 of voters are registered at the consulate, I mean of those who have a right to vote. For them, all the problems will be eliminated. They will be already automatically registered in the preliminary list of voters and in the final list of voters. They don't need to spend time and money. They just come on the voting day. Secondly, we need to calm down those voters who have not been registered at with the consulate offices. and they don't do it for some reasons, and they will need to submit applications to be included in the voting list. And the election commission shall think about how it shall be done for citizens not only in Ukraine but also abroad to be able to change the address of voting in a digital format. I think that it's more technical rather than legal problem, but definitely legal aspect is also there. Third comment, and it's of global nature. Of course, Romania, Moldova experience is useful for us. We shall use everything good out of it, but the scale is uncomparable, and I'm trying to imagine how we will be able to implement full-scale, full-fledged, comprehensive voting for our voters abroad without concluding bilateral international agreements with the states, where those states, hosting countries, will take some responsibilities on starting with allocating premises for electoral election day and ending with criminal prosecution of those who are alleged perpetrators. So yeah, there shall be developed definitely a template, a draft of such international treaty or agreement, and then start negotiations with the relevant countries, and it shall be done in advance, because just believe me, concluding, signing, ratifying and implementing it as a national legislation of such international agreements will require significant period of time. That's why we shall not delay our efforts. Thank you, Mr. Andrei. Dear colleagues, do we have any other ideas? Olga, over to you. Short reply to equal opportunities. Maybe someone should tell it to representatives of local authorities in foreign countries. Because if they perceive meetings with representatives of the power, that's the fact of campaigning, and it has happened, and they think that everything is ensured by them, and the opposition representatives comes, and then they just don't meet with them. Yeah, of course, there will be such a problem. But I don't want to bring all the burden on the MFA and Central Election Commission. But anyway, I think indeed that it shall be part of their communication strategy. So independence of the position of the MFA and Central Election Commission, and underlining such problem in their communications, it should be part of our communication strategy. Of course, here we have a role of the civil society and those Ukrainians who are abroad to show this diversity, to ensure this equality. But at the same time, the significant role here is played by authorities, so for a regulator to be impartial. Thank you, dear Olga, dear colleagues. Are there any other questions, comments, ideas? If not, then I think let's move to wrap up part and over to Yulia Shpilova, who will speak about conclusions about today's event, and I will have a word to say about next plans. So thank you so much, and thank you for this interesting discussion. It's like a breath of fresh air when before thunder and heavy rain, you feel that you need to discuss this issue, and everyone discusses it behind the curtains, but not in public, because when you want to discuss in public, everyone says it's not on time, the war and so on. And I understand it, but we need to solve these problems. The earlier we start solving those problems, the better is chance for success. And it's not only about choosing new leadership, new power. It's also about sovereignty. We should be aware that what Russia fails to get at the battlefield, they will try getting through elections. It's absolutely clear. And if we hide our head in the sand and say that it's not on time to have such a discussion, and then just adopted legislation having post-war elections 1 month before the start of electoral process, and the Central Election Commission the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will just not be able to do those things which they can do now. But we need to, in order to do it, we need to start discussion today and define rules of game. And it thinks that it sounds that everyone speaks about it and that it's needed and so on, but unfortunately there are no practical steps taken. Today I could relate to a few wordings, a few quotations. First of all, that's about voting abroad. It's about human dignity. What Madam Olga mentioned today, that for people who left Ukraine, and of course there are different people, but that's the same as in Ukraine. We have absolutely different people who differently live through this war, absolutely differently. But I want to tell you even more. I'm a person who lives in between Ukraine and Brussels. I feel it so much how to be a Ukrainian, and how to feel this dignity when you are just a zero, a null there. When even you have some work there, some employment, even when you have some kind of social connections or communication, and it's a luxury because not all Ukrainians who relocated there, they have this social communication. And it's about this feeling that you are anyway a stranger there in that society. Before you become one of them, a lot of years would pass. So you are not one of them there. And from another side, you are told by your own country that what you want. You have already left. And what Olga has mentioned, do we want to become a democracy, to be a democracy? And each day I communicate with European Commission, European Parliament. For them, the issue of voting of Ukrainians abroad is actually a key issue in terms of perception of elections in Ukraine by Ukrainians, whether they perceive it as legitimate ones or not. Because major part of Ukrainians anyways are in the European Union. And it's also about legitimacy of authorities and legitimacy of Ukraine as a state which enters the European Union. That's why, of course, we need to create clear rules of game and defining clear voting rules abroad. Then it will be followed up by campaigning rules, and it's clear. It's the accompanying issue. We need to start discussions, to strengthen discussions, how voting will take place abroad, reforms into election legislation is on time. It just started now, and I think that all co-organizers of this event, and we are as International IDEA, and together and with our partners as NDI, CPLR, OPORA, and others, we support Verkhovna Rada committees to have these discussions. In those discussions, we will explain altogether to the society, to the public, that it doesn't mean that elections will be tomorrow. No, it means that we need to define, we need to be prepared, because it's about national sovereignty and national security. And also I wanted to say and reflect on the agreement or not agreement with another country, with a hosting country, regarding if you want to have more polling precincts at a hosting country besides the premises of the consulate and embassy premises. And so it was clarified during different discussions with MFA, and Sweden, Romania, Moldova, they are very easy opening polling precincts beyond the premises of a consulate and embassy premises. In Romania, for example, it's more than 900 polling precincts, and of course, we can't say that it will be easy. There are some problems there, but I can't say that it's impossible, because it will be just a lie telling to the public when we say that no, it's impossible. No. Moldova is not much in a much better economic situation, but they managed to arrange it because they have political will. And if we are told that we don't have enough resources, they will just lie, openly lie to the public. And at the same time, those countries, they do not have any agreements with hosting countries. Indeed, they take into consideration rules for registration and residing there. Yes, indeed, they follow all the instructions received from authorities of those hosting countries. But it's quite a well-established practice of the European Union to allow to open additional polling precincts beyond the premises of the embassy and consulate offices. There are several examples in Czech Republic and Poland, but I think that even through diplomatic channels, such situations can be solved even in the Czech Republic. And previous analysis of the legislation of other countries shows that there is no significant limitation there.
As to the conclusion regarding campaigning abroad and respective regulations, I think that at the level of our committee we have to continue working on creating equal opportunities for campaigning abroad, for defining the rules for this equal playground. We have to pay attention to campaign funding, including donations and contribution from abroad. We heard about Moldova, currency accounts and the forms in which such donations can be made, transparency and accountability are other aspects we have to pay attention to, as well as involving Ukrainians, given the limitations that we heard about online campaigning abroad. This will be one of the most popular ways of campaigning. So we have to provide a conceptual answer whether we are okay with this form of campaigning, or whether it should be prohibited, or whether it should be regulated like in Lithuania. When a blogger or an influencer is involved, he or she should be registered with the Central Election Commission and inform about their participation. Latvia, for instance, has a practice which still counts how much is paid from the electoral fund, compares the amount with the price paid for commercial advertising, so they count the average price. So there is options, and we have to start working on them. So Alexander Kluzev was speaking about EU integration, and here on the one hand we have to look at what legislation needs to be amended in Ukraine. Like Olga was speaking about liability for electoral violations, and we should think about the recommendations that we can provide to the European Union. That is open. European Parliament is waiting for our proposals. So if we do not inform them, they will not know what we need. They are open for that kind of discussion, and with big interest follow our political discourse. So thank you very much for this discussion. Yes, and I will make a very small comment in the very end. So I received a letter from Ukrainian-Swedish project Polaris on good governance in Ukraine. And this letter is about support for gender quotas and support for women's participation in political life in the country. So I'm reading this letter, I'm looking at our board. Yes, so yeah, who do we lack here? Yes. Again, I just mentioned that ladies, thank you so much for your partnership, for your help with moderating this event. I think that we did well. I'm very glad that we discussed a very important topic today, and I think it's the first time we speak about it at such scale, because today we have representatives from the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, CEC, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, civil society organizations, experts, international organizations were present. So we were able to have a very open and frank discussion of the problem that became very relevant today. I think we all understand now that campaigning, election campaigns abroad go far beyond any technical aspect. This is a question about our sustainability, about our democracy, and about Ukraine's voice all over the world. I will not repeat what needs to be done after this event. I will not speak about transparency and equal opportunities. It's all correct, and we took note of everything. What about our further steps? Of course, we will continue consultations, and I hope very much that these consultations will be translated into the practical domain, and there will be a written reflection, a written outcome in the form of specific legislative initiatives. But for us to translate it into specific legislative initiatives, I would like to call upon all representatives of the Verkhovna Rada in the first place not to attend our events and talk about specific topic. I call upon you to be very active in development and drafting process of legislative initiatives, because in fact it's very difficult and we need expertise from all spheres. So I thank you for your time. All those who came, I thank partners and participants for their joint effort. See you again, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.